Hey, folks, we're just at our appointed start time. It'll take us another minute or two to get things set up, so this is just your warning to top off your cup of coffee and get settled in, and we'll get started here in just a moment or two. I didn't mean to shut down your...
Well, you did. 6 years.
Oh,
I'm at North.
I know your pain.
all right, good morning, everybody. Good to see you again. It's been a couple months since we were last together. It's good to be back in Jackson. Again, my name is Chris Domaleski. I'm with a group called the Center for Assessment. I have the pleasure of working with the Technical Advisory Committee and in other ways for the Department of Education, and I'm glad to be here to help facilitate this meeting. Why don't we start by going around the table and hearing introductions from everybody, and then we'll just dive right in.
Alan Burrow, Director of District School Performance.
Richard Balico, District Test Coordinator, Knoxville County School District.
Ryan Kirkendall, Director of Accountability and Research for DeSoto County Schools.
Deborah Donovan, MDE, Data Analysis and Reporting.
Lee Pambianchi, Principal, North Shore Elementary School, Rankin County.
Nikki Minotti, I'm the Director of Curriculum and Instruction for Bay St. Louis Waveland School District.
Brown, I'm the Director of Student Assessment in the Petal School District.
Marion Jones, Current School District, District Test Coordinator, Math Specialist.
Elaine Brewer, Senatobia Schools, Special Ed Teacher.
Wendy Faulkner, Union County School District, Assistant Superintendent, Curriculum Coordinator.
Aaron Williams, Simpson County School District, Academic Interventionist.
Mishka Davis, Superintendent, Sunflower County Consolidated School District.
Kristen Finger, Principal, Aberdeen Elementary, Aberdeen School District.
Marcia Pullett, Superintendent, Tunica County.
Eddie Pissant, Superintendent, Starkville, October School District.
Tim Martin, Superintendent, Clinton School District.
Good morning, Charlotte Seals, Superintendent, Madison County Schools.
Vicki Tibolay, Principal, Ocean Springs High School. Almost forgot who I was.
Christy Hovanet, Senior Policy Fellow at the Foundation for Excellence in Education.
Paula Vanderford, Chief Accountability Officer.
Well, hearing everybody introduce themselves just reminds me again what an amazing panel we have, what an amazing committee, tremendous leadership and expertise in the room. So thank you. Thank you for the time that you devote to this. We don't bring any easy questions to you. We've got a full agenda with some important discussion topics today, and I'm so grateful to you all for being here. Dr. Vanderford, Mr. Burrow, anything from the department before we get started?
Just the same thank you for being here, and we appreciate all that you do to contribute and to prepare for these meetings and the follow-up after the meeting.
Since we last met, we've put out graduation rates. Hopefully, everybody's happy. We're happy at the state aggregate level. One percentage point increase in graduation rates this year. So that kind of completes our, I guess that's kind of starts our accountability cycle because we use those grad rates that we just put out in the next accountability school year. But we won't be running any more accountability data processes until we get to the end of the school year and kind of close out those books. So this is the time that we'll be working mainly in the assessment office, gearing up for spring assessments. And
Fantastic. Well, let's just spend a moment looking at our agenda for today. I'm going to take just a moment to reflect on some highlights from our meeting summary from December in just a moment, but we won't spend too much time on that. And we really have three main topics today, some of which were forecast in our December meeting, and some of which you guys brought up when we did our setting priority session at the December meeting as well. So we're going to pick back up on the growth discussion first. At the last meeting, there was a recommendation that we bring some information back to this task force and that we further discuss that. So we've done just that, and we've got some follow-up to give you there. A new topic, I think new to this year's accountability task force, I think we addressed it at a very high level previously, is looking at growth for the lowest 25% for the MAP alternate. And then lastly, we're going to spend a little bit of time getting into banking of high school science scores. We will end, as we do in every meeting, hearing from you, helping you, asking you to help us prioritize future meeting topics, action items, and next steps. And we will be done by 3 o'clock, so it's a little, the meeting's scheduled to adjourn a little earlier than some of the other meetings. And I think we should be okay to do that. So with that, let me just, and again, I promise I won't read these notes to you or anything like that, but I believe Mr. Burrow sent the notes out prior to this meeting. Maybe you've had a chance to look at them. I'll certainly be happy to entertain any suggestions for revisions or any questions that you have about them at this time. You'll recall back in December, there were three main topics that we talked about. Prominently, we dealt with the U.S. history and accountability, and the recommendation from the task force was really about moving those points previously associated with U.S. history to science if that assessment were to be shelved. I think the assessment was not shelved. Am I right about that,
Correct.
Dr. Vanderford? Yeah.
Correct. The board voted at the last meeting to continue the use of the U.S. history assessment. Now, I'm sure many of you know that there are some bills across the street that would discontinue the U.S. history, but as far as the decision from the State Board of Education and the agency, will continue the administration and then just await the remainder of the legislative session to see what happens with any bills.
Right, so I think our discussion was important in that now we have some direction, should the assessment sunset in the future. The other important thing about that discussion was it surfaced a real priority from many members of the task force that we pursue a broader range of career readiness measures. Many people brought up work keys, and there were other indicators of career readiness that the task force said we'd like to pursue at future meetings. So it was important to hear from you about that as well. So hopefully you'll see that reflected faithfully in the notes. We talked briefly about growth measures. Really, we kind of teed up the issue that we're going to dive back into in more depth today, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time going over what's in the meeting summary there, but we kind of spent some time better understanding the problem, hearing from the task force about what information would help this task force explore options more faithfully, and we'll pick up where we left off in December just today on that. Finally, we talked about this acceleration business rule 9.8. Primarily, the problem we were trying to solve at the time back in December was making sure that we were crediting students who were December graduates in the acceleration indicator, but not do anything to distort the overall measure or cause any disruption in crediting spring graduates or really anybody who earns those credits at any point throughout the year. And I thought the task force did a nice job of coming up with a recommendation that would help the department accomplish those goals. So those are sort of the highlights of the meeting notes. Let me just pause here and say, are there any recommendations from the task force about revisions to those notes? Any sort of editing, typos and stuff, probably best just send those to me or Mr. Burrow, and we'll make sure we get those corrected.
Everybody's title is correct in the notes.
Okay, and if you haven't had a chance to look at those carefully, then we'll keep the window open for edits in another week or so. Just let us know in the next, let's say, 2 weeks, if you have anything that you wanted to bring to our attention, so we can make sure these are an accurate record of our discussions. Right, with that, let us move forward. We always spend some time just making sure we understand our purpose and some of the ground rules. I hope it's not too repetitive, but I think it's time well spent. Primarily what I'll just emphasize here is that we try to approach issues at this meeting that are pegged to policy priorities, and we understand that our outcomes are recommendations to the department, and I know the department does take those recommendations very seriously. Won't read all this to you, but we talked in our first meeting back in December, and probably important just to recognize again some of the ground rules and group norms that we came up with for the way that we interact. I thought our December meeting went brilliantly, so I have really no worries about this. This is such a professional and gracious group. Mostly we just want to make sure that we're continue to be committed to the idea of having respectful discourse, making sure that everybody's heard, critiquing ideas, not people, motives, or organizations. I really like it when we can pull together our ideas and thoughts towards consensus recommendations, and I thought we did a very nice job of that at the last meeting, and frankly in the previous year that we did this task force. But occasionally that won't be possible, and we'll, if that's the case, then we'll take a vote if we need to, and we'll record the results of the vote. Where appropriate, we'll record if we have a dissenting opinion. So if the majority of the group feels that one recommendation is most attractive, but another few members feel that they want to get on the record another point of view, then we'll make sure we honor that. But again, I think things have gone really well with this group working together in good faith to really help solve the important issues that we bring before it. I probably need to take that bullet off about not disclosing confidential information. It's a public meeting.
Yes,
Yeah, we're not going to give you any confidential information in this
Just a
setting.
reminder not to mention anything that would be
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, and don't forget, we're being broadcast, so what you say is obviously out there. So that's a good reminder, Alan.
Well, and if anyone brings, I know Brian and Richard sometimes do some homework and bring in data sets just to make sure we don't have any personally identifiable information on any students. That would be part of that confidential information too. So. Floating around in the room.
No, when I presented, I presented very generally.
That's right, Brian.
I do have a little bit, but yeah.
Okay, with that, we're going to just dive right in. Look, we're already 15 minutes ahead of schedule, so that's we're making good progress here. And this, and we're adjourning.
I load the wrong one.
That's yeah, we've got we don't have slides there, so give us a second to resolve that. Yeah, I was just about to say, we're actually not going to overwhelm you with slides today. I think we have enough slides to set a good foundation for the discussion. I'm hoping that mostly what we have is room for discussion today, but we do have some data on the growth that, if you'll bear with us for a second, we'll get that up. Gives you a little insight about how the sausage is made. Alan and I start preparing for these meetings weeks and weeks in advance, and we had 4 different versions of this before it was final.
My password? I have it.
All lowercase MDE guess at
Dr. Oakley, I didn't even know you were back there. Why don't you come to the table and CHS capitalized or does it?
all lowercase.
All lowercase.
Now, this should be the.
Everybody get in? Say that again. Say it one more time.
Growth. All right. Thank you, sir. And we have content. So yeah, just a bit of a background. I think I already touched on some of this. What we talked about in December and that we're returning to today is this broad question: are growth expectations appropriate and reasonable for all students and schools? And then more specifically, I think what many people have brought to this conversation is, are growth expectations for students in levels 3A and 3B too rigorous? Are we seeing the kind of sensitivity in that region of the growth scale that would lead us to believe that these are credible and appropriate growth expectations? At the last meeting in December, I think I sort of heard two things, and again, you'll see those reflected in the meeting summary. There was this point of view, so let's better understand what patterns of growth look like statewide, so we can see if the growth model is picking up the growth authentically. This whole idea is if growth doesn't occur, we don't want to artificially declare that it does, right? We want to make sure the model is appropriately signaling what's happening with respect to student progress throughout the state. So we wanted to look at patterns of growth across the distribution. The other thing that came up in the December meeting, and that thanks to the department we're prepared to model today, is what would happen if we created another growth category. And so we've got some data to show the impact of adding a third category to level 3. So you've got right now it's a 3A to 3B, so what would happen if we had a 3ABC? I think Ryan shared with us some work that you did with your district, and we wanted to show that statewide. So just as a reminder to everybody, I suspect everybody, if not, almost everybody, if not everybody in the room knows this well, but it's probably best to not blow through this too quickly. This is the way the growth model is currently specified. We spent some time on this in December, and I'm just stopping here long enough to make sure we get our heads around it. This is what we call in the field a transition table or a value table approach to growth, where students, cohorts of students get credit for transitioning from one category to another. So if you move from 1A to 1B, you get 1 point. If you move from 3A to 3B, you get a point. If you stay at level 5, you get 1.25 points. And this is calculated at the student level, and then it's aggregated across students to get a school level growth score. So just that folks know what's under the hood with how growth is calculated. And we can return to any of this throughout the conversation. Yes, ma'am. Correct. That's correct. So here are some data to show you, and just to, again, not to just overwhelm you with data. I think what we've shown this for is math and language arts in grades 5 and 8. What I wanted to do is, so the growth categories are, you call that kind of course. It's sort of high level, right? So if, some people might contend, well, I might not move from 3A to 3B, but am I moving some magnitude within a 3A or within a 3B or something like that? So these analyses are intended to kind of unpack what the patterns of growth are across the whole scale. And let's see, I think there's a pointer well, not everybody's looking at the same screen, but I'll try to just describe it as I go. So the x-axis, the horizontal scale, shows the prior year score. So we're looking at grade 5 math. So this would be scores that students had in 4th grade. The prior year score on the y-axis, or the vertical axis, shows the mean magnitude of a score change. So what we're looking at is a delta. We're seeing plots of delta or score changes. I'm going to say that one more time. The x-axis, or the horizontal axis, is the prior year score, and the y-axis, or the vertical axis, is the mean change for students at that point. And what you see here, and I plotted a couple of reference lines here in this graph. The horizontal reference line, okay, almost like I said something wrong, I got buzzed. The horizontal reference line, which is at 100, to me, that's a line of stability, right? Because these things are vertically scaled, so that if a student goes from 350 to 450, they've got a 100-point gain, right? That's kind of a stable, you could say that student is reference point for scaled progress. That student sort of held his or her position in the distribution. If the student moved from 350 to 460, then that student would get a 10-point gain, right? So the 100 reference line is interesting because the 100 reference line shows kind of if you're above it, then on average, we're seeing students in Mississippi growing. They're progressing. They're getting higher scale scores in the subsequent year than they were in the previous year. The vertical reference line at 450 is just where that level 3 starts. It's where that pass level is, level 3. So, and I just know that the task force is going to be interested in what are the patterns for students that are at scores of X50 and above, at level 3 and above. So what the pattern here is telling us, and this isn't super shocking to me, but I think it's helpful to look at this. We're seeing more growth. We're seeing more progress. If you look in that top left quadrant, you're seeing students that have scores that are below level 3, on average, are growing or progressing from year to year, certainly with grade 5 math, to a greater degree than students who are at levels 3 and above. And in fact, we're seeing an overall pattern of decline, so that the higher the score, the student scores in the previous year, the less likely it is that they're going to see a pronounced magnitude of growth in the post-year.
My concern with showing 5th grade math is it's the easiest raw cut in. It is the easiest way to make growth is from 4th to 5th grade math. But the 5th to 6th grade math, when you look at raw scores and how many you have to get right, I do believe that would be worth looking at, because our middle schools are not, I don't know about everybody else's, but our middle schools are lowest rated. And when I looked at all of the A schools, it's pretty much, but the 5th to 6th grade math, you almost, I can't remember the exact numbers, but if you stayed the same and grew 6, you're still dropping a level. You're not moving up. So I think that's where I'm confused with, saying we're making a lot of growth. We are in 4th to 5th because it's pretty easy.
We have more to show you.
Okay.
So we have more of these plots to show you. I'm not going to show you a 6th grade math, but there's no reason why we couldn't at a future time. But we'll show you math and language arts at 5 and 8. So we've got 3 more of these to show you. In general, I've looked at a range of these, and this pattern holds, but at various degrees of more or less pronounced, depending on where you are as your point bears out. This is just another way to look at magnitude of growth. And again, I don't want anybody to get lost in the trees and fail to see the forest here. What we're trying to do is better understand sensitivity of progress across the growth scale. Because again, we want to ask if the model is well specified to detect growth when it exists. And so here, the most granular look, I'll go backwards for a second, is what I just showed you, because we're showing mean progress for every point along the scale. Here, what we're showing is what's the progress for each of those growth levels. Again, we're still in grade 5 math here, and I know this is a little hard to see, but the pattern's still going to hold here. It's not quite as granular as the previous. But so what we're saying is that 125, or excuse me, there were 51 students in growth level 1A. The mean for those 51 students was 125, and the standard deviation was 11.6, and so forth. So there were 5,000 and change students started in 3A. They grew at about 100 points from 4 to 5 with a standard deviation of 8. So that tells you, I mean, and you can see the same pattern holds. It starts to get a little flat the more you advance into those growth categories. So the growth being more pronounced for starting levels that are below 3. It looks like primarily for 3A and 3B. Remember, 100 is really kind of holding serve. 100 is really, you're not really growing or declining. You're just kind of staying in the same spot in the distribution, at least from a criterion reference point. And then you can see when you get to levels 4 and 5, then in fact the score declines are more likely. And again, we don't read more into that than is warranted. You can have a student who maxes the score in 1 year and then gets a few points less than that. That's probably just scale variability more than real differences in student performance. And that's why the model is specified not to penalize a student at those extremes. So standard deviation is, it's a unit which tells us how much variance we'd expect to see in the scores. And generally, if you take a standard deviation on either side, and let me just pick a point to make a point here. So let's go to 3A. So the mean growth is a little over 100, 102. In fact, it's got a standard deviation of 8. If this follows the properties of a normal curve, and in my observation it mostly does, about 2/3 of the scores are going to be between, just add 8 and subtract 8, right? So about 2/3 of the growth scores that you'd see are going to be between a 96 and a 110. And then if you take another standard deviation out, you're going to get about 95% of the score. So roughly speaking, you're seeing about a 95% confidence interval if these follow the properties of the normal curve. And then almost every score will be within 3 standard deviations. Anything beyond these 3 standard deviations. Didn't know you're going to get a flashback to your high school stats class, did you? But yeah, if you look at those standard deviations, that can just tell you about how stable or about how consistent are we seeing those mean growth scores that you see in that second column. And what shouldn't surprise you is that scores that are more extreme, either very high or very low, have more variability than scores that are in the denser part of the distribution. And that's sort of bared out when y'all go backwards again. That's sort of bared out, like when you see there's not a lot of students in these regions, a lot more variability there, there's a lot more measurement error there, because the tests are designed to maximize precision at the cut scores. They're not designed to give you fine-grained levels of disentangling performance for students who are extremely high achievers or very low performing. And that's the way it is in every state test used for ESSA. So hopefully you understand how this information is oriented. If you don't, we have time, push back, because then I'm just going to show you more of these. Okay, I'm going to show you other grades, but you'll see the same patterns throughout. So here we go to grade 5 ELA. Same pattern, and again, quick reminder, on the horizontal axis, prior year score, vertical axis, mean progress at those scores. You see the same pattern. Students below level 3 are progressing at rates that show an improvement. Students at or above level 3 are either being stable or they're starting to decline as they advance in their prior year scale score. So same pattern. There's your grade 5 language arts. In a very similar pattern to what we saw. That has to be a typo in that in size for growth level 4. 12,000 students, but I'll go back and look at that later. Okay, yeah, I guess there's just a lot of density there.
That's good. That's where you want.
And again, I don't want to go through this too fast, so anybody at any point tell me to go backwards, to make a point again or a different way. So here's your grade 8 math. Same pattern, but it takes on slightly different characteristics, right? So much more pronounced growth for the low-performing students. The stability really hits before level 3. So you start to see sort of flattening of, quote, progress or growth before you get to, it looks like it's occurring at about a 735, 740.
And this might be showing what Ms. Minotti was talking about, the difference between grade 5 growth versus a different grade growth. So you see less pronounced growth there earlier.
Yeah, with the other one that middle schools will talk a lot about is the 7th, 8th grade change that happened a couple of years ago, and 8th grade growth plummeted, and it's not been the same since, and it is nowhere near 7th grade growth, so that's interesting for me to see. That is more of a flat line.
Might be clearer to disentangle that when we look at it at a courser level. So you can see, yeah, our students in 1A, 1B, and 2A are showing some mean progress. Yeah, you're right, Christy, that number in level 4 keeps being bounced. And then once you get to level 3, you're seeing values that are near stable. And again, I use stable as sort of a stand-in for 100. Not really growing, not really declining. But that occurs it's starting at 2B, and then you see the slight decrease as you go levels 3, 4, and 5. I have one more to show you. So here's language arts. So this kind of follows the pattern I think we saw in grade 5. Progress at or below level 3, starts to stabilize in level 3, starts to decline in levels 4 and 5. And you see that when we look at that by growth level, prior year growth level. The next thing we're going to show you are the impact is if we go to a 3ABC. But I'm going to pause here and just say, are there any questions about the data we've shared with the task force to this point?
Any questions or thoughts?
Well, we'll go ahead and look at the impact here, and then maybe we can sort of bring it all together and open the floor for comments, discussions, recommendations, and the like. So a lot going on this slide. Let's unpack this. So the first table, and credit to the department for putting together this great analysis. The first table is something that I think we saw in December, but I just wanted to put them on the same slide so that we could see them side by side. Essentially, this is the percent. The thing I think you'll find most interesting here is the shaded columns at the bottom of the columns here. So these are the percent of students that obtain a growth point or growth credit by level. And the first table, this one at the top here, is for language arts, for the model as it's currently specified. And the second one is for language arts if we were to add a third division or a third category within level 3. So whereas here for level 3, you see there's just the 5 and the 6, and you've got the two numbers, it looks like 39% and 36%. Now we have a 5, a 5.5, and a 6 on the lower table, and you can see those go to 45.4, 47.7, and 38.6. I think if you just want a quick takeaway of what's the difference, that's where we drop those arrows in there to show you that for students in level 3 before the change, 37, and I'll change it up here, 37.8% obtain growth credit or growth point, and then it goes to 46 if you chop that up into multiple categories. If you create call this sort of the 3C model, right? If you create instead of having just a 3A or 3B, now you've got 3A, B, and C. I'll show you this with math in just a moment, but let me linger here and see if folks understand what we're showing you and what that does. So I think some folks, even in December, they looked at this and they said, look, it's 65%, 52%, 37%. There's a dip there. We're not seeing sort of consistent earning of growth points. And, what would it do if we chopped up that category? Then it goes 65, 52, now 46. So you're a little closer to having stability. And you can see, because there's so many students that hold serve in level 4 and level 5, that those rates are much higher, at 73% and 57%, which of course is unchanged regardless of which table you're looking at, because we didn't change any specifications there. So let's look at math now. And this is really the last data we had, so you've been patient with us, thanks. We've been throwing a lot of things at you. It's same general pattern. Again, I won't speak to this in as much detail, but the things that you might be, I'll change it up a little bit. I'll go here now. Whereas it was 45%, 42% under the current model that we showed you last time, for a total of level 3 growth percentages of 44. Now when we break it down, it goes 53, 41, and 46, and that 44 moves to a 46.8. So 69, 57, 46.8, 75, and 66. So if you're looking at what percentage of students are earning growth points across those levels, this is how things would change in mathematics if an additional level is added in level 3.
So perhaps unanswerable questions at this point. But when I look at this, I see close to 70% in level 1 making growth. Then it drops to 57%, and then it drops to 44, 46%. What do we expect? I mean, what's happening? Why is it different from 1 to 2? Why is it different from 2 to 3? And is it the measurement of the assessment? Is it the calculation for accountability, or is it practice? And so I'm trying to really distill what it is we're looking at, because these are very different numbers, and we're trying to attribute it to the calculation, and I don't necessarily know if that's the right attribution.
I think it's an excellent question. Yeah, and I think it's one of the reasons why we wanted to start with this picture of what kind of progress do you see across the scale. Because again, I think it really matters that we not pursue any decisions in this task force that tell a story that we don't think the data support. I'm just happy to navigate back and forth to anything you've seen. I like that Christy's already kind of kickstarted the conversation. Some of the discussion questions that we'd like to hear from the task force today, I'm going to quit talking at you and do some more listening now. What does the task force think about changes to the growth measure? What, if you do support changes, what's the primary rationale? Importantly, I think we can't talk about anything without really honestly asking ourselves what implications for comparability are. We know that's before us with almost every issue we talk about, probably none more so than this one. And I think a fair outcome would be, do you have recommendations for additional research or analysis? We're not in a rush here. As I understand it, nothing's being contemplated for this year. So we're not talking about dropping a 3C in this year. My colleagues from the department can correct me if I'm mistaken about that. So, I think we have some time to explore this in a little more detail, but at the same time, I'm not trying to slow walk it. I want to really hear from the task force about what you think about these data, what else we need to know to make informed decisions, what's the right recommendation to make and why. So.
Well, thank you, Deborah and Alan. That helps me. So I hope it helps. I think it helps everyone a little bit to see, because what I've been trying to figure out is, so is there a statistical scaling, some sort of issue, or is it just a philosophy discussion, right? And so what this helps me see is that there's really, when it comes to the 3A, 3B growth discussion, not a scale issue. I mean, just it's pretty simple. As kids move up, it's harder to keep moving up. And so that is, in 3A and 3B is the top level to where you have to make movement to get points. So that's the place where the percentage is lower. So there's just not, I did play the 4A, 4B, 5A, 5B game, and it does what we think it would do, just like your scatter plot did for the most part. The percentages basically do that. So that helped me solve that argument. So now, to me, the only discussion the discussion we have is, so it comes back to the philosophy discussion of 3A, 3B. Should there be something that happens for students in that category? It becomes a more of a, I don't know if philosophy is the right word, but you know where I'm going. It's not really a statistical scaling thing anymore. It becomes a education discussion. So that's helped me.
And I think that we need to consider what is a level 3 student. Is a level 3 student at grade level? Is there variability within a level 3 student where some of them might be on grade level, majority of them may not be on grade level? What does level 3 mean? And is that is that something to contribute to what we see about why it's hard to grow level 3 children? So it's just from me talking to colleagues across the state, it appears what people are saying, that a level 3 student may not necessarily be on grade level, but for subject area tests or the grade 3 test, they know enough to be functional in the next grade. So the word pass is a really confusing word for level 3. So we just need to consider those things.
I completely agree, and I agree with what Christy said. I think it's more of a practice issue than a statistical, because we saw the statistics, and when we ran it for Rankin County, Miss Stacy Curry ran it for us, and what we saw was there was very little change, and it impacted our lower schools better, more positively than it did our higher scoring schools. But really, I think it's all about the wording of level 3. We call it passing. And really, that's not grade level. And in our minds, we think passing is grade level, but proficiency, level 4, is what is considered grade level. So I think it's more of a practice issue. I think it's more we spend our time and our effort as teachers on our levels 1s and 2s, and we think, oh, 3, they're passing, they're fine. But they're not. They're not proficient. They're not considered on grade level. And we, as practitioners, have to spend as much time and energy growing our level 3s. They're harder to grow because they're almost there. And they can, when we benchmark and we test, we think, oh, they're 1 or 2 questions away, they've got this, but they're 1 or 2 questions away, and a lot of times they don't. And they don't get the attention that our 1s and 2s do, so they're not showing as much growth.
I hate to beat a dead horse, but you're going to have to explain to me. See, I agree with what all of you are saying, but when I'm looking in the school level, and I hate to keep going to 6th grade, but I have to. I just pulled the raw cuts that MDE put out in 2017. In 5th grade, to be a 3, you can get 19 to 31 questions correct.
And you know that changes every year.
Yeah, it will, but is it going to change what I'm about to say? Because in 6th grade, a 3, you have to start with 28, which is the very top of 3B. And the ending is 42. That's a huge jump. And then we look at why are our middle schools, I'd like to see that part. That's until I hear that, because we have kids that we're moving in great numbers in 5th grade. But they get to middle school, and the middle schools are just... And then, of course, 7th grade, the cut is a lot easier, and
I don't take away from your point. Your point is fair, and scrutiny in that level is almost certainly wise for us to do that. We do need to shift away from thinking about this in raw scores, and I think even we just look at the impact, and I don't know if anybody knows that off the top of their head, what the difference between students classified in levels 3 and 4 and grades 5 and 6 are. That'll give us a little better sense of the relative rigor of the cuts.
I think that's what I'm asking.
Okay.
I'd like to see that before my mind can't move on yet.
I agree there's some grade levels and areas to look at. I think what I'm thinking is, I don't know it has anything to do with this discussion, because I don't think I don't think it's what's impacting 3A, 3B. But for instance, if you just looked at what they showed us, 8th grade math was much closer to a flat line than 5th grade. And there, if again, that 8th grade math, the scale changed a couple years ago, and there's been a lot of people barking about 8th grade math cuts. And so that had nothing to do with raw. That was just how many scale score points they improved from 7th grade math to 8th grade math. So I think, that's a discussion. I don't know if that has, I think bringing it up later and all that, I don't know if that's part of this body. And there might be some things to look at, but of course that's why we have TAC, and they look at those things, and they're more of an expert than that than I am. So I guess, we could let Dr.
And I'm
Domaleski
speaking
speak to
from
that.
Teachers, I want to, let's go back to how teachers think, because when you're talking to a group of teachers, they're going by the raw cuts. I can promise you, in both districts I've been in, that's what they look at, because kids understand I need 4 more, or 3, whatever. But I also agree that it is a philosophical issue, because, and then also a monetary issue. We have to put so many resources into the most promising 25%, and your 4s and 5s, a lot of them go to gifted and different things. It's not a whole lot of people for the middle. That, I don't know.
Well, I'll say we focused on level 3 more than anything you can focus on the last 2 years, and we still had a lot of trouble with it, and I think most districts have. I don't know it's a focus issue, to be honest with you, because that is the number one rule of accountability. What you focus on grows, and 3A and 3B has kind of shot that out. But it shot that out because of what we're seeing. That's the top level that you have to make movement, so it's the hardest level to make movement. And also, too, when I compared MAP scores across reading grade levels with DRP, which is a Questar product as well, I found exactly what Richard just said. The majority of your kids that are reading on grade level, they score level 4. Your kids in 3A and 3B, they're 1 to 4 reading grade levels behind. 1 to 4, you heard that correctly. And so that's, I think that's why it's more pronounced in ELA than math, as you see, because it becomes so think of it this way. Sometimes when we're saying, oh man, he's only got 4 scale score points to move to get to that 65, actually he may have 3 reading grade levels he's got to move in that year. That's impossible. And so there's a little bit of that going on. That's why I go back to it's a philosophy, quote, education thing. I think this particular discussion, but I'm not saying what you're saying is not something that needs to be entertained. I just don't know if it's part of this one. But
I don't know how you can separate it, though. I don't, and I know, I understand, I just came out of, being in a building level, and that's the way we look at things, and in a building level. And it's different when I got to the central office and different things, but teachers, that's what they understand, and that's what they get frustrated by, I think.
Well, in our district, we've seen the same thing that Ryan's seeing. I mean, I'm sitting at 11.8% 1s and 2s in ELA district-wide, and 9.4% in math 1s and 2s. So, the great 80% of my kids, 90% of my kids are 3 or higher. We've been focusing on that 3 group. I got 27.6% in ELA at a 3 and 21.8% in math. We have been focusing, trying to push those kids, because if we could push, 5% of those, what it would do, to schools. And the misnomer too, of what growth is, if 1s and 2s, we know that's our lowest kids, and they've got to have catch-up growth, okay? But 3As, 3Bs especially, if a kid is a 3B and he is, as Ryan says, he's done the research, he's 1 to 2 grade levels behind in reading. But he maintains that scale score, he maintains that 3B status from 5th grade to 6th grade. I mean, that's a lot of effort. That's a lot of growth. He did not drop. He maintained. That's growth. Now, we're not saying it's growth because he didn't go from 3B to 4. But to maintain at that level, at that high level, to maintain a 3B to a 3B in another grade level where everything goes higher, the expectations go higher, that's a tremendous amount of growth for that kid who, in actuality, might be 1 or 2 grade levels behind, but we're saying,
The way
We
that our
don't give any
current
credit.
accountability model works, if I'm understanding it right, and the way that you're describing it, is you really have to grow more than a year
You do.
to actually get a growth point,
you do.
regardless of the level.
Maintaining your current status. Now, I understand, maintaining your current status at a 1 or 2, that's not good enough, okay? And I would even argue maybe at a 3A is not good enough. But when you get to 3B, and that's why 3C is intriguing to me, when you get to a 3B, the higher level, if we can move a kid, if we get a kid to a 4, 9 times out of 10, they stay at 4. Okay? But it's that group of kids that, and that's been our focus. It hadn't been a skills focus. That has been our focus, because that's the great majority of our bottom 25 are 3s and even some 4s are in our bottom 25. And your higher performing districts, that's what you're seeing.
Look at catch-up growth. MDE has done quite a few presentations on catch-up growth. To grow over a year, you're going to have time outside of school. I mean, I've been to several that they've presented from the ELA department. So where is that funding and that's a lot of resources that you have to put in, especially if, like Dr. Martin, are in the 3s and 4s, that's a lot of extra resources that you need.
Dr. Pambianchi makes a good point. That's really the way the accountability system is designed. A 4 is what's designated as sufficient for maintaining from one year to the next. Is when you get a growth point for being a 4 and staying a 4. But anything below that, the expectation is that the student improve until they get to proficiency. The other thing I'm thinking of is it really depends on the population of students in your district. So if you're a relatively low performing district in proficiency, your focus is your bottom 25. Your focus really is going to be 1 and 2s. And then your higher performing districts that have relatively high proficiency scores, you're going to have more 3s in your low 25 population. I want to hear your thoughts. That's why I'm saying this, but I'm thinking in my mind that's okay, because higher performing districts earn more points in the accountability system from proficiency, and lower performing districts that have a lot more way to go earn more of their points in growth.
There are schools that are falling into that. I can think of one in Jackson Public. I looked at there, and it's a Montessori type school. So they have they're getting preps awards this year for proficiency over their D, because all of their bottom 25 are, like he's saying, in the 3s and 4s. And I think see it both ways, because I'm now in a district where we had to pull the MP 25 up, but now that we've pulled them up, we got to focus on proficiency, or we'll fall.
And I'm not advocating for not pushing those kids to grow. I like the idea of a 3C in what we talked about, anecdotally last time, looking at this as a hurdle race, and it's just the amount. It's not that, it's the distance you've got to grow to get over the next hurdle. And if you divide that into a 3C, the distance to get over the next hurdle is reduced, so that some of those kids, and I know, it's not as pronounced in math because scores statewide are higher in math than they are in ELA anyway. But reducing that distance of growth that you have to grow in order to meet the criteria for growth in that range, I think is a fair measure to those kids.
To be honest, I was never in favor when I would hear about points for stay in 3A or 3B. I mean, because the whole goal is progression, and that's why we call it growth. And so I just had so that was where so this is the top level where movement is still required because you haven't reached that bar yet. So it just becomes a discussion. So should the top level be a shorter gain that is required? And that's really the decision. The percentages, I like, seeing those percentages for the state, because, I mean, they do more probably what you would think they would do. I mean, 65, 52, 46 versus 65, 52, 37 in ELA. It did surprise me that math was not much of a movement at all. I know our scores are higher in math, but, I mean, it surprised me because it did move our district more than that. It was it wasn't as high as ELA, but, so that was interesting, that it really wouldn't impact math too much. That was interesting.
And by the way, while we were talking, I did look at just the state. So I'm back to, so is it Ms. Minotti? Your point about differences in rigor across grades. And so I had urged us not to focus too much on the raw score, but I thought the impact, or just the percent of students getting each performance level, would be a better thumbnail sketch of relative rigor. Here's what I'm observing. I just went to the website while we were talking and looking at the percentages in each level. You're definitely right that the movement from grade 5 math to grade 6 math with respect to level 3 is the most pronounced drop from percentage of kids in level 3 in grade 5 to level 6. It actually moves up in level 4. So something strange going on there. So it goes from 39.5% to 29.6%. Again, just the percent of students in level 3 in grade 5 math to grade 6 math goes from 25 to 35 in level 4. So it's almost like the distribution sort of bimodal, right? It's almost like you've got some density there at the higher and the lower end, but a little more paucity in the middle. But what's interesting, if you look at just across all grades, level 3 in mathematics, the percent is very stable at 31%. So what stands out as an outlier is not the rigor at level 6, it's the rigor at level 5, meaning that it's much more lenient at level 5. It's not that it's that much harder at level 6. It's that it's much less rigorous at, at grade 5. So almost all of the percents in level 3 are float around 30%, with the exception of grade 5, which is 39%. So, in other words, you got this sort of inflated prior score that's impacting that, which means if we go back to where we started here in the analysis, gosh, I keep going the wrong way. It's put together in a counterintuitive way. If you go back to where we started, then this becomes sort of, what's the best way to say that here? If we were to look at that at level 6 math, you're going to see those dots fall below that horizontal line much sooner. This is sort of the rosiest picture you find. So let me just sort of say it more bluntly. If this is the rosiest picture you'll find, is this a rosy picture in terms of whether or not we're actually seeing growth? And I think that sort of plays out when you go
Grade math.
8th grade math, where it really does. This is more typical of where you see math performance, where that stagnation occurs before grade 3. And again, I'll be honest here that I don't know what the right way forward is, and it's a good thing I'm not making the decisions.
So your prediction is 6th grade math would look like that, or it would be below 100, or it was
It'd look a lot more like that than it looked like grade 5.
Yeah, that's
math.
yeah.
So
and I'm wondering if some of that attributes to one, there's a great difference in the number of questions that you have to get right.
Yeah.
But there's also a big difference between 4th, 5th, and 6th grade standards, math standards. So what is expected? 5th grade does a lot of building on what 3rd and 4th grade does, and 6th grade a lot of new standards.
That's right.
So that could be some of it, the difference too. I mean, the questions is one, but also the new material that 7th and 8th grade is going to build on that 6th grade teaches.
Yeah, I don't know a single state that would make a claim that increases in rigor across every grade were ever designed to be exactly equivalent. I mean, the standards have different expectations, and what it takes for students to progress along some learning progression is just different. The jump from fractions to algebra or something like that is just
rational numbers.
It's different for some students than it is for others. But yeah, and I'll just concede my my ambiguity here or ambivalence about this. I think there's two ways you can look at that. You can look at a chart like this and you can say, this This is showing that there's not a lot of real progress happening across the state in those levels. And so anything that we do to inflate that might be a misplaced pursuit. You can also look at it from the point of view to say this empirically demonstrates that it's harder to progress in those ranges. So providing more granularity is supported because you can see sort of empirically that, if a student goes from a 750 to a 860, that is demonstrably less probable than going from a 710 to an 820. You see what I'm saying? So the scales go in both directions here, is my point. So which is where many people said that I think there has to be a real strong policy link and a rationale to support what we do.
And that was why I kept saying, I don't know, I agree with you. And we've looked at that, and I don't know if the 3C solves that. That goes, I hate to say it, maybe deeper, because that needs to be looked at by TAC. And I think TAC, you can explain to me what the process is, because I know y'all analyze everything before it comes out and becomes official. But like how that works, taking it from the actual items on the test and that make the test versus all the way to it gets to the standard score. So that process, I think, is what she's asking about, and I am too. That's why I say that may go deeper than the 3C discussion. That was kind of my point there, because there are, to be honest with you, if you just look across the grade levels, there's this. There just is.
Is there any negative impact on algebra scores if a C was added there?
I don't know, but that's a good question, yeah.
Would go from the 700-point model to the 1,000-point. I think realistically speaking, and I just told her I might get, don't shoot me over here, don't shoot the messenger, but I have two children of my own. One has a SPED ruling, one has a gifted ruling. I don't know how to say this without sounding just like I don't believe in all children. For my oldest to be a 3, we celebrate because he has a disability and he has an IEP for a reason. And his growth, it takes a lot more for him. He's in college now. It takes a lot more for him to be successful than my other child. And I want everybody to be a 4, but realistically, if you're a 3 and you have a disability and you're still a 3, that's my only issue with why I think that there has to be something for a 3. Don't shoot me. I want everybody to be a 4, but.
Well, when we met in December, we had a huge discussion about the population, the special ed population, not fitting into any category and penalizing us. And this, Mr. Kirkendall just said, and I confirmed with our test coordinator too, the majority of our 3s, our kids that stay in 3s, are our IEP kids and our kids with disabilities. So, that are functioning below grade level, those gray area kids that don't qualify for a SPED. So, we're not acknowledging their growth. And just like Mr. Martin said, each year, maintaining that 3 with a whole new set of standards and we're comparing apples and oranges anyway. 8th grade math, 5th grade math is not even close to algebra. But we're comparing those scores and pretending that we're looking at apples and we're not. So when a child gets a 3 in algebra and they got a 3 in 8th grade math, that is growth. Whether it fits in the little perfect box numerically, if you look at it pediatrically and at the child and at the curriculum, that is growth. And I think we forget that. I think we get hung up on numbers and we just look at numbers and numbers indicate growth and it doesn't.
I'm kind of back to if this, for instance, this 5th and 8th grade math thing that Dr. Lomleski and all of us are talking about, if it's not a statistical issue somewhere along the lines from the actual items to the scale score, which TAC, that's their gig to look at. Let's say that they found it's not. Then it does kind of come back to what you guys have been talking about with, well, there's different expectations, different standards, so maybe that does bring 3C back into that argument, a little bit of movement.
I think it's going back to what you said earlier, part of this is a philosophical discussion, not just the,
Since most of the threes might be the IEP students, then would that, if we added that C, what would that do to the ATSI schools and SARS schools that are there because of their students with disabilities who have been identified? They may be a B school, but then they're getting this targeted assistance just because of that IEP subgroup. So would that have an implication on those funds and those activities that, you know, that we have to do because of that? We have one school in our district that fits into that.
I just come back to, I'm not as smart as half the people in this room. As far as, I just look at, and, you know, anecdotally, what does a 3B student look like? You know, and when I see a 3B student, that's going to be a student, he's going to pass all his subject area tests. More than likely, a lot of them are going to be our CTE students. They're going to go through, they're going to graduate high school, they're going to go to community college, or they're going to go to the world of work, and they're going to be successful in life. I mean, that's our, you know, I mean, that's our cream of the crop kids that, you know, that make up the majority of our schools. And you know, I don't feel like, you know, beating them over the head where you don't get growth, you're not. They are. I mean, most of them work a lot harder than our 4 and 5 students. Their study habits, their work, they have to do that to maintain their levels and to move forward. If they had the work habits of most of our 4 and 5s, they'd be dropping back to 1s and 2s. You know, they are solid, you know, C students. I mean, and so, I mean, a long time ago, for some reason, we said that being a C student was evil. You know, that's not good enough. Well, no, everybody wants to be an A or B student, but there's some folks that, you know, I'm hitting all cylinders and I'm average. I'm an average student. And I'm not saying that we still don't push them, but it's just what it is.
We had this conversation, obviously, last time at some point in the meeting. And just to reiterate what's been said, I haven't changed the way I feel since the way I felt then, and I don't think it's possible to change my opinion on that. Living in a home with children that are on different ends of the spectrum, you can't ever make me believe that when I look at a child who's from the 4th grade to the 5th grade, maintain that, and maybe when we maintain that level 3, I'm not talking about the level 1 and 2 work, we're not even in that realm, that child hadn't grown. I mean, because I agree. You know, numbers don't lie, right? I mean, that's, but also they don't really tell you the human story. And you have to look at it from the standpoint of, just like Tim was saying, you know, those students, when they come through, they are the students that, for the most part, propel the world forward. They are carrying the load, let's be honest. And I think at some point in time, you said something that just resonated with me. We got into that whole thing where it was bad to be a C student, right? Well, maybe we got to get away from that whole idea of a 5's an A, a B, a 4's a B, a 3 is a C. I mean, that's because sometimes just, you know, psychologically we kind of get there in our minds. But I think that you will never, ever, ever make me believe that child does not, and I'm in a high performance school, so it's really not going to help me. I mean, it has nothing to do with helping. I'm going to get that out of the way from the district standpoint. But it does have to do with helping the psyche of a child who already sometimes struggles. And the last thing they need is for somebody else to tell them, well, you didn't meet growth. Because if you think a teacher is not looking at them telling them they didn't meet growth, man, you haven't been in a classroom long.
But the psyche of the teacher as well.
But that kid, that's who I'm really worried about. They know if they didn't meet growth or they're not meeting growth. You know? And we all push our teachers to do that, because that's very important. We want our children to do well and perform well, and our state to perform well. But again, it all comes down to it. Sometimes the numbers aspect of it, in some portion, does not reflect the human side of it. And I hope the people in this room can understand what I'm saying. I hope you can feel that. And if you have children and you live that, you would definitely understand.
And unfortunately, because of that pressure, in many schools, that's why we see grade inflation. That's why we see grade inflation from teachers. They don't want to have those conversations with parents, whatever. And so there's grade inflation, and those kids that are 3 A's and 3 B's, especially they're making A's and B's because teachers are giving extra credit assignments and projects and these other things because they don't want to have that hard conversation to say, a C is okay. It's passing. But they don't want to have, so they're making A's and B's, but then this is a true measure, and that's what we want it to be. And so I'm not saying inflate, I don't want to inflate anything. I don't want to give them something they don't deserve, but shortening the measures that they have to get to meet that is exciting to me.
I'm glad you ended with that, Superintendent, because I want to make sure I'm not getting confused, because I've heard a couple of different perspectives in the room that seem to be oriented to should students get credit for maintaining progress. And I think, and again, if that's what the group wants to recommend, then I want to make sure I understand your recommendation, which of course is different from simply reducing the expectations of progress, which is what would happen with adding a level 3. No student who fails to progress would get points under that model. I mean, you'd have to, just that the rigor of the expectations would be modestly reduced under that model. And I just want to make sure that I'm just sort of checking in to make sure I understand the perspectives of the group. If there are folks that are saying, I really believe that awarding points for maintaining or even not falling below a level 3 like we do for level 4 is the point of view you advocate, then I want to make sure I hear and understand your point of view, which again, quite distinct from somebody just simply saying, no, progress is still important, but the magnitude of progress could be diminished.
I am on the other end of the spectrum. Everyone around the room is talking. Mostly I'm in the high-performing district. I'm in the high-performing district. I am not in the high-performing district. I am in the state takeover district and have been there for the past 5 years. And what we have seen from when we first went, we were dealing with students in level 1 and 2. We have moved our kids from 1s and 2s, and our kids, the vast majority of my students now, are in 3 A's and 3 B's, and they are stuck. And what happens to us, every year I have kids that are 3 B's, and they are 1 or 2 points. They move from 4th grade 3B, and they go to 5th grade, and they are still 3B, and they are 1 or 2 points away from being the 4. And that is consistent. I'm talking district-wide. For the last 2 years, we've maintained that level C. And this year, we were just 7 points from a B. And that it's that 3A and 3B student that we tend to have a lot of issue with movement. It is a real issue for me in the district that I'm in.
And I want to piggyback because I'm in the same situation with, and when we get those children and we push them, we finally get them to 3, but when we can't make that jump, then we're going to fall back because we don't have growth, which is going to take away from our numbers. So I'm not in one of the high performing, and we have finally got to a C, but we're nervous. We're nervous.
What about like the impact on the model? I think that's something that I guess, you would have to entertain and look at, like the actual, that kind of movement.
I thought that would come up, and I think that's something that makes sense to explore. And I think particularly keying off of some of the contributions that were just added here, I think looking at the impact for schools at different points in the distribution is really important.
Agree.
So I think, if we're looking at a solution that's likely to magnify gaps, then that might be regarded differently in the conversation than if they diminish gaps or have a zero effect on gaps. So I think that's a wise thing for us to pursue as a group.
Because you did say, and I guess Dr. Vanderford, you guys confirmed, so nothing is happening with this no matter what this year. Is that correct, or is that possibly on the table?
Well, anything's a possibility, but I think at this point, it being February and having to get through the commission and the state board and follow the APA process, I just don't see how we can make it happen this year. And as many of you know, we have made a commitment to districts in the past that we wouldn't any longer make any last minute changes that would impact an upcoming accountability result without districts having prior knowledge and ample time. And that was part of the reason when the whole U.S. history discussion came up, we said, we know we're going to administer U.S. history, for the 1920 school year, no matter what. Include it in the 20 accountability results, no matter what the outcome, so that districts would know how to prepare and not be.
The only thing that makes, so we're gonna, right now, let's be honest, the thing in your mind is last year's, this year's students and what they're gonna do, but they hadn't done it yet. So it's last year, when you think of numbers, you're thinking of last year's numbers. You're gonna forget last year's numbers, and there's gonna be a whole new set of numbers, and then we made these decisions. That's the only thing that timing is weird to me. But that's why I guess we're arguing a philosophy discussion here versus a point
Saw that
discussion.
with the impact, with the changes that we made last year, because the only data that we had available was the previous year's data.
Yeah.
And we had no way to know that our progress on math assessments was going to improve as much as it did, as well as the progress with the, yes, we did. We had predicted, but until we actually saw the data. And then we saw improvements across the board with Map A. And then we also saw our ELPT. So it was like all of our graduation. So all of our indicators moved in the right direction. So it was a better outcome than what the impact data had predicted.
And I do want to build on that because we had better outcomes and these policies have been in place for a while. We had unmotivated EL data that we were looking at to start with, and then all of a sudden it's part of the accountability system, motivated people are figuring it out, made a difference. Improvements in scores. I guess when I'm looking at this from the philosophical perspective, accountability systems need to be aspirational, yet attainable, but they shouldn't just reflect what's happening, it should reflect what should be happening. And I liked the conversation you started with looking at your data, figuring out where you need to really refocus. If we split into 3 levels, is your focus going to be back on level 3 again? And I understand the issue with resources. There's limited resources that you have to focus on 1 and 2 and focus on 4 or 5. And I would agree if we were talking about a different subject, but we're talking about reading and math, and that's where probably most of schools' resources should be focused, especially at the elementary and then into the middle. That kind of some of the prime objectives is to make sure kids are able to read and compute. That's what I think most states fund schools for. And I understand, we have different perspectives about students' abilities, and there are definitely human stories that go behind all of these, but setting different expectations for students, I think, is going to be a hard sell in an accountability system. If you set an expectation that say, well, these kids might not reach that potential. I think that's part of the reason we have the growth conversation is kids do have to grow. We know they have to grow at least a year's worth of progress and a year's worth of time, at least. And so just going from a 350 to a 450 or a 450 to a 550, isn't enough, because we know those kids, if they're scoring at passing, are behind grade level. And so that's not okay for that student. I mean, we might not be looking at this as a way to earn points for, we might be looking at this now as a way to earn points for schools, but this is really how to earn an education for kids. And so looking at it from that perspective and parsing it out into 3 different levels at level 3, I don't know if that's the right answer to just get more points for students, especially if we look at some of the measurement within level 3 and the size of those standard deviations and how much overlap there's going to be, and are those growth points actually now going to be true reflections of growth, or is that just now a lot more error? Because as Chris said, 66% of the kids are within the 110 to 94 point range, and now that's going to be that big of a point range, but over 3 different sections, rather than 2 different sections. And I think probably right now they even overlap with the single deviation of points. So I guess I'm looking at this from the perspective of, yes, it will add more points to a school grade. I think the outcome of that will be the state board will look at changing cut scores. So, and so then all that does is it still makes it just as hard for schools, but then less rewarding for students. And so we don't have that high expectation for students anymore. We've lowered the student expectation and maintained the school expectation, which I don't think is the right direction to go either.
That was going to be my next question, because if we do see growth and improvement, then we will have more A's and B's. Then we will end up having to do the cut scores according to the law, and then we're in the same boat we are now. Everybody's back to where we are now. I almost wish we could. Yes.
The law,
65% higher earning A or B than the cut scores.
I almost wish we could just change the name of level 3 from passing to approaching or something like that. Because I think that's the
Well, I think
deceiving
that
part
needs
of
to
it.
happen,
Well, that has always been a point of contention. I mean, it's like, I don't know the background because I wasn't in the office at the time that, that it was given that name, but it was like, I always felt like it, and voiced my opinion at the time, but that it was, that was going to be confused, or be confusing, particularly, with.
Yeah, I think we got to look at the impact of the model. I mean, before anything can be. That's kind of what I was asking on our timeline here. I mean, because I agree. I mean, I don't think anyone wants to go to where now the law requires a cut reset or anything like that. And does it split? Like Dr. Domaleski was talking about. There's lots of things you got to. Anytime you're going to do anything like this, you got to look at the model. And then, I think the language of level 3. I think why that was created with pass, I don't know, but I'm just listening to the people who made that decision.
Third grade gate?
Yeah, it was a third grade gate in high school. It all had to do with student, but from an accountability perspective, yeah, people don't like that term, so yeah.
So let me, and not cutting anything off here, and if you haven't weighed in and you're waiting for a chance, then just don't wait no more, jump in. But yeah, but barring any other contributions, let me sort of take the temperature of the room. I think, I'm not certain, which is why I'm asking, I think that the weight of the room's recommendations, or most of the voices that I'm hearing are saying, let's continue to pursue a model such as the 3C model, which reduces the expectation for progress, as opposed to a model that gives credit for staying in level 3. Again, I need to know what the group wants so we model the right thing. And if I'm right, then I think it's a reasonable recommendation that we look at the impact. And I think we have to look at it, as I was mentioning, to see like what schools is it helping? Is it hurting any schools? And, Alan and I were talking a little bit before the meeting, we were trying to ask ourselves, like, could it hurt a school? And the answer is, yeah, but it'd be unlikely. And my explanation for that is, so right now, you have to think about some really rare cases. We had a student that moved from like a 324 to a 326, but now if that was within a band now, because that's a middle third, And you'd have to think what proportion of students are making movements that heretofore would have crossed a threshold, but now they're within a threshold. Again, we already saw on the aggregate, there's more students that are going to get growth that didn't get growth than there are students that got growth that would no longer get growth. I'm probably driving you mad, right? But I think that washes out. But it's going to, there's no doubt in my mind that there's going to be at least one school that's going to drop under this, and those schools are going to say, whoa, yeah.
Along those same lines, I do want to point out that although the cut points are set for accountability models, when we run calculations to identify schools for TSI and ATSI and CSI, each year those schools are ranked, according to their proficiency or overall accountability ratings. So I think you would see some level of impact there.
That's a
You're
good point.
changing kind of the distribution.
I'd like to see impact, instead of adding a 3C, taking the 3B level, and if a student progresses at least one scale score point higher from the previous year, so they go from a 325 to a 320, they didn't just maintain growth, but they grew. Okay, but they didn't get to the threshold of becoming a 4. Okay, so they grew, and they actually grew more than they did. I know it's getting granular, but they grew more than they did. They didn't just grow. They didn't just stay where they were at. They actually showed some potential growth. And those students you don't give them a full point, but you give them a half a point. Okay, they didn't get to 4. So you don't give them a full point, but they didn't just maintain where they were at grade level. They actually grew above a year's growth, but they didn't meet the threshold of moving into the next level. And that's tough. That's granular to drill down.
Well, that's
to
all
that group of
about,
kids.
you got standard error and all kinds of things all over that.
Right.
And then why is, I'm just being honest, why is 3B different than 3A just because we split it in half? I mean, you've heard everybody talk about 3. I mean, to me, I mean, it's a growth model, and I know we can all have different opinions about this, and that's why we're all in this committee, and it makes it great. But I'm not, I mean, I don't think that is the way to go if it's me. Again, we can run data on anything. We can run data on 4 ways. Deborah don't want to, but hey. I don't like the half a point for staying 3A or 3B or that as well. I'm going to be honest, too, and tell you the impact of that on the model.
Be higher.
We are definitely resetting cuts.
I don't want to do that.
But on the flip side of it, the impact with the 3C is a little bit more like this. And I cannot get past in my mind, it's a growth model. It's growth points. This is not on the proficiency side. This is growth. They have to progress until they get to that benchmark, and that benchmark is 4. So that's why I've liked the 3C. The 3C makes sense to me because, again, it's growth. You're at the highest level where progression is still required because you hadn't hit the benchmark. So the question becomes, instead of it being, you're going to more or less split it in half or 2/3. And so that one, I would like to see data on that if we're going to see data on any of them. The data on staying 3A and 3B and getting points is going to scare you. We wouldn't be able to do that.
And if you give points and then you reset the cuts, you're back at square one. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I keep thinking about it. This really is a comparison. This is all about relative performance. So if we boost everybody, then everything's going to boost up. It's going to be harder for the lowest performing schools and districts to get a higher letter grade. And,
I think it's hard to compare a lot of the A districts in this room, and I know I'm speaking from an A district, but I came from Jackson Public.
It's impossible to.
It is. You all can get teachers that we could not get. I mean, there's a lot of factors in there. It's not that we don't have expectations, but until you're in a school that has to struggle and has half their staff not highly qualified or different things, it's hard to just. It's hard for me to say, well, we just need this model or this model because there's so many other factors. So I really agree with Dr. Martin. I'd like to see it shown multiple ways. Instead of just one way, 3A, 3B, 3C, let's just look at it several ways.
I'm for that. I don't know if Deborah is.
I just want to look.
Yeah, well, I'm always really careful not to put my thumb on the scale here, and, but I do want to discourage us from pursuing a path where any amount of change in score is rewarded. That is,
I just want to
yeah, it's going to pale in comparison to the measurement error effort, and it's going to just create a lot of noise in the model. I think you're going to see a lot of change, and I'm not sure we'll be able to disentangle the signal from the noise. This fundamentally, the transition table model that Mississippi has developed is built on policy expectations that are reflected in performance levels established for the assessment, which have been carefully added to by having these intermediate cuts. And I think pursuing a change where we look at those intermediate cuts feels to me within the same framework. But I think if we look at any amount of growth, then to me, what I would argue if somebody said any scale score change, I'd say we either need a true vertical scale or a student growth percentile or some very different model. If the interest is to get that level of granularity, and I think that's a level of disruption I doubt anybody's going to support. But anyway,
Me personally, I completely see when you're going. But personally speaking, I really, really would like to see the 3C. You know, the impact data on that and see what the magnitude of that is across the state. And then I'm speaking from a personal standpoint. That gets to the point of what I like to see as being the best thing for students. Seeing that piece added, whether or not it is or it isn't, it could have the effect could be huge. I don't know, right? But I don't. So how does that process work? TAC will just go back and run those numbers. How does that?
Oh, looking at a 3C?
Yes, sir. How does that?
You're looking at the data analysis.
You just redo the
wizard.
points on the scales for the previous
Yeah.
years.
Yeah.
And looking at the student level, so I think, like I know in our district, and I assume most in y'all's district, y'all do this too. You send home like a sheet, and before they take the benchmark, and this is their scale score that they're trying to achieve this year, and all this stuff. So with the 3A, 3B students, if you do add a 3C, it's still movement forward. When you send it home, it's just maybe. And you were talking about your particular child, your individual child at home. Maybe it's more attainable, as opposed to I would have trouble, with anything else, whether it's the same scale score or honestly, it could even be lower. Because if you talk about staying 3A, well, you were 354, all you got to be is 450 next year. You need to be -4. I mean, you got all these other things. So I like that. To me, I'm just being honest. I think it's the only one I could entertain that we've come up with to date. Now, somebody else may have a great idea and blow us out of the water, but I think it's the only one I personally could entertain at this moment. Because I think everything else it's getting too granular, or that is just inflation and it's not movement.
I don't want to cut anybody off. And again, there's no, only Deborah's capacity is limiting what we can do between now and our next meeting. And Deborah's already played her hand. We know she's a wizard. So we know she can do a lot. But yeah, I think that it's, again, Deborah should speak up. But I think running the 3C model, and again, I think showing, and I'd want to see at least three things with that. I'd want to see what the growth change is. I'd want to see what the overall score change is. And I'd want to see what the grade change is, if there is a grade, by level. In other words, like, show me for F school, show me for D school, show me for C schools, like, what's the growth score and the overall score change, and how many of those changed in actual level? Because again, what I'm trying to get at is not just the impact on the model, but like who it's impacting favorably, or the off chance there's unfavorable impact unfavorably. If I expect this committee might feel differently if all the schools that are A's and B's see a big bump up and nobody else does. You might feel differently than if the bump comes from schools that were previously C's and D's or something else. But again, but that's an analysis I think is entirely reasonable to ask for, and as long as the department doesn't throw something at me and tell me that's unreasonable, then I think we can do that. Now, if there are other folks that want to argue for other models that we look at, maybe under the same lens, then I'm happy to do that, or I'm happy to receive your recommendation.
run that model, and when we see that, we may come back and say, okay, can you take another dive further, but to start the process rolling, I think to run the model.
I know how it impacted our district, but I'm interested to see statewide. I know district-wide, when we ran it, when Stacy ran it for us, it impacted our lower performing schools greatly, and it hurt some of our higher performing schools. But that might just be the 16 schools we're looking at versus, or I'm sorry, 28 schools versus statewide.
Okay. All right. Anything else on this? I think we have, kind of the voice of the room seems to be, we're not letting this go. We want to continue to pursue it. We want to see some more data. Fair point. And I think this is going to keep coming up. We'll keep talking about it. If anybody has any new insights about this, then, email us between meetings, bring it to the next meeting. We'll stay on this until the committee's satisfied we've given it its due. And we are pretty much right on time for our break, which is welcome, I think. Why don't we come back at 10 minutes till 11, if that's agreeable? So that's about a 13. Let's get started again.
Just because what
I thought that was a good discussion we had for our first topic, and looking forward to getting into the next topic, which is still about growth, but now for the alternate assessment. And actually, this issue is going to be a bit of an exception to the remark that we made earlier, that the changes that are on the table are for not this year, but subsequent years. This one is for this year. And we're a little less worried about it, or a little less, I guess, concerned about the impact, because, you know, we're talking about a very small number of students, and we think that it's largely about signaling values and so forth, as opposed to having a substantial impact on the accountability system. But let me just start at the start. So if it's not immediately clear to you, the MAP A, the last A there stands for alternate, is the state assessment for students with significant cognitive disabilities. So we're talking about typically 1% or fewer students participating in the assessment. That's 1% statewide. So for any one district, you might see rates that go slightly above 1%, maybe a little less than 1% for another district, but statewide, we're talking about 1% of the students. And for the MAP A, performance is reported in 3 categories, and there's a backstory for that, which I can tell you more about if you're interested, but I'm just going to go right on for the moment, and that's basic, pass, and proficient. And we talked about this last year in the task force about incorporating this in accountability. And again, I want to be really straightforward. We know that these conversations aren't likely to have much of an impact on the scores, but we think it sends a really important message to the field that every student matters, and that the performance of all students counts, and that we should have incentives and features in the model that respect that. One of the things we did last year for the alternate was we took those 3 categories, which is shown in the top continua, and basic, pass, and proficient, and say what would we need to do to that scale in order to create growth categories that match the current growth methodology, the transition table, and the lower display shows how that was translated. And one of the things those of you who are returning to this task force will remember that one of the things we worried about when we did that, or again, worry is not the right word, but one of the things we wanted to pay attention to when we did that was, do we have, because there's so few students that take this test statewide, is there enough measurement precision in those areas? Do we even have students in these categories? And we looked at that information and felt like this could reasonably be applied to the MAP A. The current issue is, how are the MAP A results, how can they be factored into the lowest 25% of growth calculations? So my understanding is right now there is a growth score for the MAP A students, but there's not a low 25 growth score, and that's something that we want to address for the accountability model. It's challenging because of these low N sizes at the school level. And this is where those school level N sizes really become a tricky problem in terms of just, if you were to say, well, can't we just reflect the current methodology onto MAP A? Why can't we just do the same thing we do for the MAP A as we do for the general? Then it's these N sizes that make that potentially untenable. I'm going to show you some data here in just a moment, but the overwhelming majority of schools in the state have 5 or fewer MAP A students, and you don't have to be that good at math to realize, if you're talking about lowest 25%, you know, if you had just 4 students, then one of those students is their performance is represent a 25% cutoff. So I know you can't read those numbers, so I'll do some work to clarify this for you. This is simply a histogram of N sizes by school, where the vertical axis, the y-axis, is count the number of schools. So that's showing the number of schools, and the x-axis is different categories of student N sizes for MAP A. So this is making what I think is just a pretty obvious and clear point, that you can see there's 439 schools that have between 1 and 5 students that take the MAP A in the entire school. So that just supports my claim earlier that overwhelmingly we're talking about schools that only serve a few students. There are 168 schools that have between 6 and 10. There are 41 schools that have between 11 and 15. 8 schools have between 16 and 20 students, and only 6 schools have more than 20 students. I would hazard that those are probably special schools or schools that are identified as providing support for students with special needs. And this is the same data for reading language arts. Again, I don't know that I need to read it all to you. Overwhelming majority of schools have 5 or fewer MAP-A examinees at the school level. Smaller percentage have between 6 and 10. Very few schools have more than 10. And so, one of the precepts of accountability design is that we don't want to design for the exceptions. We want to deal with the exceptions, but we want to design for the features that are most common. So when we brainstormed, what would be some ways to do this? And I already mentioned, we think just reflecting the methodology used for the general assessment, which is, and my colleagues with the department tell me if I say this wrong, is that every school has a low 25%. You look at the distribution of scores on the general assessment, you find what that cutoff is for that low 25%. Those are the student scores that, that count in that. Again, it's just going to be so coarse and so variable at the MAP-A level. We don't think that's a tenable solution. So when we were brainstorming what would be some ways to set a threshold for the low category, we could think of 2 ways, and I'll give you a little bit of data on this. One is to just simply set a criterion point and say all students who are not passing at that basic level, those will be the students that will count for the low 25%. And a second way is to say, well, we'll still do a norm referenced approach where you look at the 25th percentile, but we'll do this at the state level and then apply it to all schools consistently as opposed to doing it for every school. I think I'll get to it, and if I don't, make me come back. So on the first one, your question might be, well, so if you just simply say, well, all students are at the basic level, what percentage of scores would those be? Well, just look at these categories here under basic. These are percentages. I probably should have made that more clear. But it ranges, it looks like, between about 6 to 7%. Oh, here's a 5 point, well, here's a 3.7. Okay, so the range, it looks like the top end would be about a little more than 10%, and the bottom end would be a little less than 4%. But so if you're saying, well, what percentage of scores would fall in that if you just picked the below pass, then it would be, looks like between like 3 and 10% would be the range that we'd be looking at. And so the question simply becomes, does the school serve a student who's in that range based on their prior year performance? And if they do, then that student would be in the low 25% growth. We look at their current year to make a determination about whether they fall in that category. Now, you could also say, well, it should be below proficient. And if you say that, then now we're talking about something that looks more like a third to even almost 3/4 of the scores would be included in that criterion. But again, no decisions have been made. That's why we're bringing it before this team, so that you can give us some advice here. The second would be the lowest quartile cut statewide. And hopefully this will get to Christy's question. What would that look like? Well, we'd simply say take the distribution scores across the state, and we'd say, where's the lowest quartile? At what score do we find the lowest 25% of students scoring? And it separates the lowest 25 from the upper 75. And these are those scores. Now, obviously, I don't need to give you impact because the impact is kind of tautological, right? 25% across the board for everybody. So for the statewide, what's the impact look like at the school level? That we don't know. And that's sort of the point, is that some schools might test 5 MAP-A students and they're all below, I'll just pick something, 322. Some schools may test 5 students and they're all above 322. But the point is that there'd just be a single threshold that would be used statewide that represents that cut. And the whole idea is that we want it to be a meaningful cut. And I think you could see if the school only served 2 or 3 students, this may be 2 or 3 relatively higher performing students or lower performing students, and creating distinctions with only a couple students seems overly artificial. So doing so with a higher level of aggregation seems more sensible to us. Yes, sir.
Would those numbers change each year, depending on the distribution?
That's a good question, and that's a question I think this committee should recommend. And I think we could go a couple ways with this. We could set it once and say we're going to do it for everybody. We could set one score and use it for everybody to be the most simple and pick something that looks like, because these scores are relatively close. So, you might look at like a 330 or something and say that's relatively in that range. That's all that's on the table, sir.
Ask a clarification question.
Mm-hmm.
Is the previous slide where it had basic, passing, proficient, is that not already embedded? If they get below the passing, then that's the score?
Well, just be clear what we're talking about. We're talking about a growth score for the lowest 25% of students, which is a separate, it's the same growth methodology, but it's a separate category of students that essentially counts again. So we're talking about growth scores, not status scores.
Our school's bottom 25%, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we're trying to come up with a way to determine if they get in the bottom 25%.
And they're not currently.
They're not currently. Their growth scores are counted.
Right.
But we don't go and put them over in the lowest 25% right now.
Purely an attribution conversation, not a growth conversation. So should they or shouldn't they be attributed to the low 25%, not did they or didn't they make growth? It's just where are they attributed?
Well said. That's much clearer than the way I said it. Yes.
More of an identification method.
Yeah.
Yeah, the low-performing identification method. Can I ask one question? I know the USD often requires us to include SCD students in categories. Is this a requirement or is this a department recommendation? Yes to
Yes
which?
to question one or question two?
I know there are
Same as the general
states
population.
that don't include them in their accountability model.
Okay.
Now, whether or not that is something the feds have overlooked, or whether or not that's something that is defensible, I can't tell you. In fact, I'll go even further. I think the majority of states don't include them in their accountability model.
Because it's complicated.
Well, not every state uses a transition table like Mississippi. So you can imagine there's some states that use things like student growth percentiles or value-added measures or regression residuals. In doing that with the incisors that we're talking about just aren't tenable. I think those states have been able to make a case to the feds that they can't find a methodology that fits. It'd be harder for Mississippi to make that case because you're using a methodology that isn't that there is a path forward. And there in the states that I'm aware of, Al and I were just talking about this before because we both attend this accountability group that a lot of states across the country come to. And the states, we've talked about this very topic among states, and every state that I'm familiar with that's doing it in growth is using a transition table. So in other words, Mississippi doesn't have sort of the ground to stand on to say they can't. There's not a way forward.
Well, there's two different scales, so that's what makes it complicated.
Yeah, that's true.
Can you go back to the previous option? I want to make sure I understand something there. The first option. So anyone, so make sure I'm with you here. So if the student is in all growth for MAP A, they had 2 consecutive years of MAP A testing. So you go back to the previous year, and if that score was anywhere from 1A to 2B, they're automatically in. Is that what we're saying there? Okay, well, I'm going to tell you what that does, just for a particular district. That would be 32% of their ELA MAP A students are now in the low performing, and 41.9 in math. So it's not lowest 25% of those students that are now being included. Now you're in the 30s and the 40s, and I would bet we're not alone. Now I know we have higher numbers and a lot of people, like you said, five and less, but so that's something to think about. You're fixing to over-identify them. It's not the lowest 25 anymore.
Well, it depends, but that chart pretty clearly showed if you use the basic criterion, then
Well,
it
that's not
is
how it's done,
under-
though. That's proficiency. You got to go back to the previous score, and if they counted in growth. Yeah.
They're underrepresented if you look at just basic. They'll be overrepresented
Right.
if you're looking at passing. So there's not a cut point where it's 25%. So they're either going to be underrepresented or overrepresented using a method like that. But then then you're always including everyone who's not meeting a certain threshold, which might not be the best way to go. The second method that is being looked at will either overrepresent or underrepresent, but it won't treat all schools the same, right? So if you're looking at a statewide cut percentage, then some schools might have all of their SWDs identified, some might not have any of them identified, just because you're looking at a statewide perspective rather than focusing on your school perspective. So I guess the other option that you have up there, what is the rationale for not just saying it's the low 25% in your building? So if you have between 1 and 5 students, it's just one lowest performing student. If it's between 5 and 10, it's either the lowest 1 or 2 performing students.
The rationale is there's not enough variability for the overwhelming majority of schools. And again, if you,
Variability.
in scores and distribution of MAP-A scores. So, I mean, again, if you realize that most schools are going to have 2, 3, 4 students, they could all be right up near the top, they could all be right near the bottom, that, coming up with a distinction is going to be so uneven for those schools that it just feels like you're chasing noise.
Well, we use 4 as our measure. This needs to mirror MAP. Okay, that's the only thing I'm going here. If we're going to do this, it has to mirror MAP almost identically to do it. And so doing it, option 1, nowhere in the way mirrors MAP, and you're going to over-identify like crazy. And so because that's how you do it when you do it by
Can
MAP.
we pause here for a second? What do you mean by over-identify?
Well, so for instance, like the whole goal of low performing, lowest 25 as it's formally called, and the way you do the methodology is to get to about 25%, is around 25%, usually works out to 26 to 27% of your all growth category. Now count again in your low performing. If you do way 1, it's going to be 32, 40. You're going to have these numbers that are super high.
Okay, so you're using how far above or below 25% as your definition of over under identify.
Well, that's how you do it for MAP.
I understand.
Yeah,
I understand.
that's
I'm just
the
trying to
rules.
make sure we're not talking past each other.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
again, if you're talking about a school that just has 2 or 3 students at the entire school, I mean, you're talking about 33%, 67%, 100%. These are the choices that are available in terms of, quote, over under identifying.
Well, I like Christie's
Or 0%,
option
yeah.
because and better than these 2.
Can you write that down?
I know. No.
A moment where we realized that Christy and Ryan agree.
Just need to take a
Yeah. But you're saying, notwithstanding that we might only have a couple of examinees, we still should do this at every school. I mean,
Because back to the 4, and
Yeah, we
then
have
what
a
Deborah knows what I'm going to talk about. Like, so if you have let's say that you have a school and you have 4 repeat 5th graders. So their last year's scale score is 500, somewhere between 501 to 599, and their this year's scale score is somewhere between 501 to 599. Then you go back and you rank them, and if you have 4, 1's going to be included in the low performing identification, and that's our current in the business rules right now. So those schools that have 4, we already have a precedent for that. Anything wrong there?
You're talking about repeaters.
It applies to
We
all
do it by
students.
grade level, obviously with MAP, and here we would be talking about the whole school because they're on the same scale. We wouldn't have to separate by grade level with MAP-A. That'd be the one difference. But when he was talking about 5 and there's not enough distribution, we already do that. But if we just include them in with the other students.
Okay, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I clarify this. If you have a regular 5th grade student who repeats the 5th grade, when they test again the same assessment, their prior year 5th grade, it's a 5th grade score. They are calculated in with your current year 6th graders.
Now, you're thinking district. Think about a school that ends at 5th grade. Yep.
Question. I'm sorry.
question is,
I was with you,
Yeah.
what she was saying, then you lost me.
on what basis should we identify a student who takes the alternate as in the lowest 25% of growth?
Well, I feel like, of course, I have a background in SPED and a lifetime ago, but we just said that we're holding high expectations for all students. And I feel like if we're not holding those high expectations for this particular group of students, then we're talking out of both sides of our mouth. I mean,
I don't
we
think
had
anybody
we had it
disagrees
with
with you,
the 3s, I mean, somebody's gonna be in the bottom 25%. I just don't know. I liked your suggestion, actually, so.
I think you either
I
got
know.
to do it that way, or I hate to say the word, but you got to bridge the scales to mirror each other. I know that's a dirty word here, so I hate to bring that up. Sorry, Paula. So that's why probably Christie's.
Elaborate again on what, because there are like 14 different options. Talk about what you.
There's 3 different options. The first option is to say any kid who is basic goes in the low 25%, or any kid who is proficient goes in the low 25%. That's option 1. Option 2 is saying, let's look at all of the kids statewide and set a specific cut score. If the student is below that cut score, then they go in your low 25. That means some schools might have all of their students with disabilities in their low 25. Some schools might not have any students in their low 25. That's option 2, is looking at it from the statewide perspective and then putting it back down on the schools. The third option, which surprisingly Ryan agrees with, or not,
Same methodology as the
is
general
use
assessment.
the same method you're currently using for MAP. And if you have 4 students, one of them is going to be the lowest performing, so that's the student that goes into the lowest 25% calculation. If you have 3 students, one of them will still be lowest performing, that's the student that goes in the lowest 25%. But that way, it still guarantees the distribution of the low 25% is of the school's population, not of the state's population.
So let's go through that. And-
There's a minimum of 4. I just want to point that out. So if you had 3, you would not.
This would not apply.
Well, that's where I was going to go, because you get one student, he or she's in, or he or she's not in. 2 students, one of them's in or not in. 3 students, you're still, even one is over-identifying, because you're at 33%. So I think what Deborah maybe is suggesting is, we need a rule for this. You have to have at least 4. If you have below 4, what, you don't have a low 25 group?
Maybe then is where you could go in with one of these other ones. You have a caveat. If it's 4 or above, then we follow the simple methodology. If they have less than 4, then it's maybe if they're basic.
But why wouldn't you just say if it's less than 4, just
I
still
think
the
that-
lowest one, rather than trying to compound or confound the rules?
I would agree with that, or I'd say don't include them if they're, because it's less than 4 statistically, but either.
I think the current business rules has a minimum in size of 4. I need to go review the specifics around that. Like, is it at each grade level or school overall?
Yeah.
And the reason we did
Yeah.
grade level for MAP is because it's on a different scale, and to the scaling issue we talked about with 5th to 6th grade, that was what we were trying to prevent for MAP, for the identification of the low 25% is not over-identifying based on the scale. So it's identifying within the grade and then attributing by
And if you
grade.
do it by a grade level, because, tell me if I'm wrong here, Deborah, but these data that we showed are for everybody, regardless of grade level. So again, almost every school has got 5 or fewer students. Now imagine a school that's, a typical elementary or middle school. You got to divide that up into some number of grades. You're going to have almost nobody in those categories.
Yeah, you can't do it by
Correct.
grade level. That would have to be the difference. But since they're on the same scale, why couldn't you just do it overall? Yeah.
Yeah,
How
I
is
mean,
the end count for? Is that like a business rule or something? I'm not aware because, like ELs or whatever, it's 10. I'm just wondering what made the 4?
Because one student would represent 25% of 4.
And technically, you don't need an N for this because it's being pooled with your other low 25% students that already have to meet the N size.
They are a subgroup. Would that not make them a subgroup?
not
not
in the
in
way
this
we typically
context.
define subgroups.
So the only impact this could have on a school, in addition to the calculation of the growth, is if they currently didn't have a minimum N of 10, but now if the inclusion of students with disabilities then made.
Yeah, we're not reporting them out, so it's not an in-size protecting FERP or anything like that. It is being pooled. Again, it's sending a valuable signal to the state that everybody's academic performance matters. And, and even though I'm not 100% comfortable with this language, maybe one way to think about it is think about this as an alternate form of the same test, as opposed to a different group of students. I mean, these students are all going to be students with disabilities. They're going to be in the SWD category, but that's different. I would think of this as sort of an alternate form to measure their academic achievement as opposed to a different group defined solely by participation in MAP A.
What would you think, Deborah, if we changed that? We changed two things. One, it's not done by grade level, it's overall. And then, since it's the same scale. And then two, there is no 4 requirement. It's just the lowest score if you're below 4. And if there's a tie, you take both of them at the tie, which is the other rule.
So 3 or less should include 1 student.
Correct.
I mean, it's technically feasible.
Well, and you would just say you're going to take the lowest 25% of MAP A students enrolled in that school with a minimum count of 1 student.
Yeah, one student that made it in all growth. Yep.
So a school that tests 1 student, they're not going to have a low 25% by this plan that we're forming now.
Now remember, it comes from all growth because you got to have 2 scores to even qualify for this. So you got to have some sort.
Fair point.
So we're talking if they have 1 student from
One
MAP
growth
A that qualified in their all growth category, then that 1 student's included. And if they have 2, they have 1. And if
one
they have 3,
student's
they have 1. If they
included
have 4, they
twice.
have 1. And then we start going forward.
You're saying that 1 student's included twice, their regular growth score and their low 25%.
Well, that's what
All
we're doing.
low-
That's what
all
we're
low
always doing.
25 students are
All
included.
growth and low performance. That's what everybody does. That's what we do for all of them.
Kind of twice every time.
No, I understand that. I'm saying, but you've got the 1 student who, I think we're talking past each other, and let's imagine that student's at the proficient level on the MAP A.
Yeah.
There's only 1 student at the school that has a growth score.
Yeah.
I already know we're counting them for growth.
Yeah.
Are we also counting that student for low 25?
I think that's to include them, since we have such a high number. I think that's what we're asking, that we should do. And if they're at the proficient, people are not going to gripe, to be honest with you, because those kids on MAP A, their growth's pretty good.
Well, forget that I added that piece of information there. Yeah, because it could cut both ways. That student either has a favorable or a not favorable growth score. Do you count that 1 student once or twice, is the question. And somebody may throw up their arms and say, it's 1 student, but it matters. Yeah. So,
Just to give you some perspective, like in our district, we had 117 students that took MAP A 2 years in a row and counted in our all growth. So we would rank for the district, rank the 117 and get the lowest 25, and we'd count them again. See what I'm saying? Now we had, 180 take it, right? But, you don't have 2 consecutive MAP A scores, So they met the rules.
that's at the district level.
Right. I'm just giving you a parameter to think about at the large scale here, what it would mirror from a state perspective too, so.
I'm going to say back where I think we are right now, and others at the department tell me if we're pursuing something that may not be workable. On the table is use the same methodology as used for the general, for the map, for the regular map. There'll always be at least 1 student that would be in the low 25 growth when the in size gets down as close as yeah. So again, I don't think we have to worry about it. At 4 and higher, it's clear enough. Yeah, we'd have to come up with a rule for ties. But
We have one.
Yeah, we have
Yeah.
one.
They both are in.
okay, fair enough.
I think in the business rules, this is under 3.2 is where it discusses the in-count minimums for the lowest performing subgroup. I don't think the first point will be an issue, except maybe like 1 or 2 edge cases where you have to have at least 10 students overall, for the school. But the second one is where it specifies that at grade level, you must have a minimum of 4 students with a score to be included. And if there's less than 4, no students are identified for that grade level and subject. So I think we would have to make an exception or a distinction.
We would have to add an additional section under 3.2. So we have the 3.2.3 that addresses that.
If if we're going to include them, I think that makes the most sense. Dr. Domaleski wants to work on a bridge scale.
Oh, no. I have the same PTSD that everybody else has about that. Okay, I'm just writing down what I think I understand. Let me say it back. Okay. So what I'm hearing, and please everybody tell me if this is something that you can support, because the recommendation for identifying low 25% growth for MAP A examinees is to use the same methodology that's used for the MAP General. However, remove the current grade level in size business rule criterion and apply this identification threshold at the school level such that there's always one student per school for any school that tests at MAP A. As a practical matter, what that means is we're not looking at the grade, we're simply looking at the building, and we're saying that if there's one student, that student's counted, quote, twice. Regular growth, low 25. If there's two students, one student of those two, unless they both have the same score in which they'd both be in it, right? If there's three students, same thing. There's going to be at least one student unless there's a tie, which could be two or three, depending on if all three are tied, and so forth and so on. It gets a little less complicated once you get 4 and above, where we would expect you're going to get some variability. But is that a methodology that the task force can stand behind?
We'd have to have
Placing
an
that.
additional section to address it, because we're not going to calculate it by grade and subject. It's just gonna be
Right.
all Math A students in that school. What's your lowest 25% of those?
Are you talking about not doing it by subject?
By
Right.
subject.
Do it by subject,
Just not grade
not
level?
grade?
Assumed subject.
Is in terms of the business rules, that I think that would be an adjustment, not only to the in count section, but to the methodology of identifying the lowest performing, because it specifically states that it does it by grade level, by subject.
By subject, not by grade level, so you could have one student for ELA and a different student for math, just like you can now for.
This would be one of the few things we look at without impact data. I know the impact data would be minimal. I don't know it's necessary.
Yeah.
I mean, at the school level, I mean, even with, I'm trying to think from Harper's, that, I mean, even 117, I don't think it makes a big difference.
But if you
Because
have
you
a
would include
small
about 30.
school, like one of our schools.
It could impact, yeah.
Is, I mean, it's probably 400, 450 kids in the third, fourth, and fifth, and I'm thinking
The same.
about 8 kids that take the math A, that may make, I don't know, may not. Of course, we're gonna still work with them, so.
It should be close to 1% of your population that participates.
Yeah, it was less than 1% of our all growth.
I don't know.
Made it.
They may be, some of
Okay, you're talking about 1% of the population for a category that's some percent of a total accountability piece. So even if it's 1%, even if it's 20% of it's not. It's more like probably 10 or 15% of the influence. You got 1% times, 15% of that 1%. It's going to have a marginal impact.
Dr. Vanderford, on our timeline, would we have to approve this today if y'all are wanting this for this year? Or could we have another meeting and still meet all the requirements?
That is going to be real controversial. It may fit under a temporary rule. I mean, we still have time. I mean, we're not.
I'm just asking if we wanted to actually see what it would have done, just for, to find it,
Meeting scheduled for March already?
Yes.
We do.
In March? Yeah, so it's after the March state board meeting, so that would be April, May, June. I mean, it would be out and be final even without a temporary rule.
Now, this one would be one, I know I think I've heard you say before that if it's a positive impact for everyone, then it's much easier. This wouldn't be a positive impact for everyone.
That's what I was thinking in my mind.
MAP A growth overall is lower than MAP growth.
So for March 24.
So Dr. Bender, would it matter that the MAP A testing window is opening the 1st of March, or the second week of March?
No, I mean,
Yeah, I don't, the testing window wouldn't impact.
It doesn't change their
I mean, it was just-
targets. Their targets are still their targets.
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to ask.
And that, you know, in those that served last year, just remember when we worked on, the methodology for growth, I mean, it was the understanding that, last year, we would just count them as growth, and then, in the second year, by this, 2020 accountability, we'd have to figure out a way to include them in the growth.
Yeah, I told all our principals they're gonna be included this year. You
I
just
mean,
need to
we-
figure out how.
I mean, we really wanted to do it last year, but I mean, we were, just reach that happy medium to say include them in growth.
For those of us that have ninth grade separate schools, ninth grade schools, would our end count be those kids in 9 through 12? Right now, we treat, you know, the ninth grade separate school, they get the score basically of, it's treated like a 9 through 12 school.
right.
Would
the
those
business
students
rule
be
combined-
separate to them or be?
Business rules already combine ninth grade only schools with high school that they
Right.
feed to.
So would some MAP A students at that ninth grade would be included with that high school, or would they?
We would have to, yeah.
Yep.
I feel like because of, I mean, you bring up a great point. Joanne's comment, unintended consequences. You know, sometimes we find them when we run the data, and we have to make a rule, to cover that situation. I'd personally feel better if we could extend this out one more month to that next meeting and look at it and make sure we cover all bases before we do something.
Then we would have, if the accountability task force meets on March the 24th, then the commission would meet on, April the 2nd. So we could move forward to the CSA on April the 2nd.
What do y'all agree with
And then
that?
the
I don't want to make a
state-
rush
I wanna see-
decision that there's some
and then
sort
the
of,
state board
something we
on
don't know.
16th. And, so then we would have final by June.
Deborah, you're gonna have to run that one. I don't know if I can manage that.
Yeah, he's throwing me for a loop with the ninth graders.
Well,
Running that
there's
in my
only
head.
how many ninth grade only schools in the state? 3?
You know what I wonder how hard it would be to do? Just,
Maybe.
just,
Here.
this could be something pretty quick and could give an indication of impact. Like, what if you just doubled the growth score for MAP A for every school to see, like, what I'm trying to get at is how much, like, even a magnitude that exceeds the magnitude we're talking about could change for a school. So we're saying that, you know, what if we just counted everybody's growth scores twice right now? What would it do? But now we're only talking about counting a portion of them twice. But yeah, I guess even as I say that, because you could have some, they're going to be favorable, they're going to be unfavorable. It's hard to tell the direction.
I think with this, it's just some sort of outlier situation that you could cover with another business rule that you would see, you know, something like that maybe.
See where my head's at. My head's at is that I feel like there's a strong likelihood that the impact is very marginal. And I'm trying to get a quick way to see if we can answer that question, but
So wouldn't it, this isn't super quick, but couldn't you just look at the low 25% now and then add in? And just look at that one component rather than rerunning the entire metric just to see by school how many of them actually changed growth percentages with the inclusion of the additional student? And not have to run the full calculation, but just say, you know.
But once you do it for this, because you're looking at legacy data, once you do it for this, then that just becomes something you either add or subtract from their score.
Because that's gonna look a little different, because it's gonna look like it has more impact, you know what I mean? But then when you see, well, you actually moved a point, you know.
Exactly what I'm getting at, which is why I'm saying, like, I'm trying to figure out a way you could say, what's the maximum favorability, what's the maximum unfavorability, and that could, I really think that that's likely to.
Well, and I just see what's going to be important. We can certainly calculate the lowest 25 of map A, but it's going to be important to then combine it with the school's existing, because that's going to change the impact.
I think where I would see the only biggest impact, or yeah, I think I agree with you, it's probably going to be very marginal just because it's so few students added. So at most, it would be 10% of the lowest 25% calculation, right? So you have to have 10 students, those small ones adding just one additional student. But I think where the biggest impact would be is if they currently don't use the traditional low 25%, because they don't meet the minimum N size of 10 right now. But then with the inclusion of a student with disability, they now have the actual low 25% to meet that minimum N. So you're, instead of doubling the growth, you're looking at
That's fair.
the 10%. So I think that's where the actual.
Very few.
Yeah, I'm still thinking we're still talking about outliers. It's very minor. And then even then, would you create a business rule to change any of that?
I would not.
Well, here's what I recommend, colleagues. I think we have a vision from this committee. And I think let's not over-talk it. I mean, let's let the technical experts, Alan and Deborah and that team, sort of work on how they can model impact and bring it back. I feel, and I don't understand all the process for what has to happen between the idea germinating and it getting locked into business rules, but that has to, tell me again how this timeline's gonna work. It's gotta go.
So we're in, you know, as I stated earlier, we're in the position because we knew last year when we approved the methodology for growth that they would count in the 25%, bottom of 25% in 2020 moving forward. So that's no surprise to any district. That was in all of our presentations and may even be in the business rules beginning with, you know, school year 1920. From this group, Dr. Domaleski, a recommendation moves to the Commission on School Accreditation, which would meet, their regular scheduled meeting is on Thursday, April the 2nd. I think it's the very first Thursday in April. We would in turn present that to the board on May the 16th for approval to begin the APA process to revise the business rule. That has to be out a minimum of 25 days for public comment before going back to the board. I don't think our May board meeting has been moved up, so we should not have any problem getting back to the May board with public comments. And so if this indeed is a minimal impact and we don't have just an outcry with public comment that would cause us to have to come back to the drawing board or make substantial changes to begin the APA process over again, we would have final approval of the business rule in June. So we can't implement a rule until we have final approval. But yet, I mean, we wouldn't even have our assessment data back at that point. So we would be good for final.
So yeah, we've got one more meeting before we have
I mean, it's pushing it close, and we would not be having this discussion had we not had last year's notice to prepare for this. And it'd be a substantial change that we would have to look at resetting the cut scores or anything like that. So this is just one of our minor adjustments.
I heard your response to the ninth grade school question. Is there anything in the rules? I don't recall seeing anything that would address an 8th and 9th grade school.
No, and the reason I would assume is that 8th grade is an assessed grade. 9th grade, if they take an assessment, it's banked until they're in the 10th grade. So normally we would not have a measure of performance for a 9th grade only school, but we would for an 8th and 9th grade.
Any other, you guys sort of surprised me a little bit on this one. This one went in a direction I didn't anticipate, but I'm glad. Is there any dissent on this? Is everybody?
I feel like we need to revisit it, so like, what went wrong, right?
No. But is there, before we shut this down, is everybody comfortable with this? So where I think we are is we're going to try to apply the same methodology that's used for the general. We've talked about sort of how that's going to play out for very low in size schools, which is almost every school that this impacts. We're going to work to model impact before the March meeting, so we can show you at the March meeting. I think we're anticipating that that'll be a short discussion, that mostly we'll look at it and say, yeah, the impact is modest as we expected it to be. Be kind of a check to just see if there's any unanticipated outcomes that we didn't otherwise foresee before we saw the data. And then it'll move forward on the track that Dr. Vannefer described. If we do see something in March that looks sideways, then I don't know what to tell you. We'll just, we'll have to deal with that when and if the time comes. It may lead the group to come up with an alternative approach or decide to forestall it at all or something, but,
It might force us to have some leadership conversations.
okay. About that. Well, and I was actually looking at the calendar while we were talking. We have a March meeting. Do we need another meeting in the spring?
Let's see, based on, let's see, what else do we have? Yeah, well, I was thinking about agenda items that we had submitted that we haven't covered.
Okay, we'll talk about it in March. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying we should.
One more thing on this,
Yes, sir.
for those of us, and I know I'm throwing outliers, but, that have like a K-1 school, a 2-3 school, we'd follow the same rules. Kid has to be, a MAP-A student would have to be in that K-1 school, meet full academic year, in the K-1 school, in the 2-3 school, and then they would be counted as fourth graders, and it would go back. We're talking about the same methodology, same rules for those students at K-1 and a 2-3. They'd have to meet full academic year in the K-1 school and the 2-3 school, and then their growth is in fourth grade, so third to fourth. Then it goes back to
That's a good point. That would be the assumption, that we would just treat it the
same way we do right now with all other students. And so if you had, in that K-1 school, you had 3 students that were MAP-A students, and they met full academic year, then it would
Go backwards.
Yep.
I think it should.
So speaking of schedules, what does your schedule look like on April the 22nd? If we just went ahead, because everybody I know is so busy, and we could schedule a meeting, and then if we see that we don't need it, because
It's your one day.
So I didn't know if you could come, I was trying to help you on.
No, I think that's probably smart. That's what we can do, yeah.
That's the day before tax.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
trying to travel.
Yeah, Louis should hold it, and if we
So,
decide
yeah,
we don't need it.
Is everyone good with, well, Dr. Domaleski, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take over the meeting.
No, that's where I was going, because I thought we should do this now, and we also, it looks like we're gonna have a few minutes, we're gonna wrap up here, have a few minutes before lunch. I don't wanna start a new topic with just a couple minutes. For scheduling what would likely be our final spring 20 meeting, we're looking at April 22nd. Would folks glance at their calendar and see how that works? You look uncomfortable.
Oh, it's just, it's like map testing like crazy. I'm gonna be on my phone the whole meeting, but I'll be here.
Well, and again, if we do not need the meeting, these agendas are driven by questions and concerns from the LEAs.
Well, I know we still have that huge work keys thing that everybody
Did
wants
you
to
say
talk
April
about, so I don't know when that's
22nd?
coming.
I have on April the 22nd, there is Superintendent's Advisory Council meeting that same day. Dr. Wright, that's on my calendar, on the 22nd.
I have the March, but not the April on mine, I'm sure it's.
Superintendent's Advisory. Or,
Priorities, Tim. Priorities.
I'm sure she made.
Dr. Wright is, At the top of the priority list, yeah.
Yes. You know, and, you know, and we may can get all of our topics covered, at the next March meeting. I mean, I'm just trying to think off the top of my head, and I know Alan and I can just discuss it offline, but I just don't know that we have a whole lot that has been sent to us for consideration.
I think that work keys thing
This
is gonna take a
year,
couple meetings,
The work keys came up.
because that keeps coming up.
And that is, work keys is, you know, one of the new graduation requirements.
Well,
Would now be
and
appropriate?
of course,
Yeah, I
of
mean,
course,
you
it's
could.
and funding too. I mean, it, you know, is an issue for work keys
I mean,
as
personally,
well.
I would like to see the group meet another time after March.
We have, I'm on the Lieutenant Governor's Advisory Committee, and his number 2 point is he wants the work keys put into the accountability model. So, he said, and I quote, "Make that happen to me," and I said,
But-
I don't have much
And
power.
so I think we've all been in total agreement all along that the college and career readiness component has a, you know, just, we would like to add the work keys to that. But from the agency's perspective, I mean, we do not have the funding
I
to
think it's
administer.
coming. I'm just telling you, I think it's
Well,
coming.
and that would be great. I mean, that would be great. So.
That
Why
was
don't we drop
definitely a
something?
priority that he discussed at the meeting.
I did call him back and say that the funding was the issue, and I was told that that will not be a problem.
Well,
So,
That's
great
good news.
That's great news. Great news.
No, we met into June last year. We had a June meeting, so I think, you know,
I mean, I
meetings we
think
need to have.
we should
Yeah,
have another meeting
yeah.
Okay.
after March.
So,
Maybe hold the 22nd for now.
yeah,
and
but
Yeah,
that
figure
doesn't
out-
work for Superintendent Martin.
But I mean, no, I mean, you know, she normally has that meeting. I mean, that's y'all's, you know.
I mean, I may have, if we have the meeting that day, I may just have to ask her to. And tell her you're, and don't, you know, I just might have to.
But we
Let's hold that date.
Okay,
for
so
now,
I'm-
and we'll see if we have any changes.
So, colleagues, please hold April 22nd. And that, we come together in March, so we could revisit it if need be at that time, or even add more later if we need to. But I like the idea of getting something that we can protect.
That's exciting about funding for work.
Okay, I'm going to recommend that we go ahead and break for lunch. I don't know if it's out there or not.
is.
Oh, perfect. So, and we're 10 minutes ahead of schedule, so hooray for that. Let's try to come back together at 12:50, please. Thank you. Now I just hope I can get from.
Said
What day?
22nd, right?
April 22nd.
Oh,
I'll just try to. Well, why don't we go ahead and get started? I've got that it's already about 9 minutes until 1, and we said we'd start at 10 till. We just have one topic left before we do the round robin and solicit your priorities for the March meeting. This particular topic won't take a long time, I think, to introduce, but I suspect we could have a number of layers to the conversation that will ensue. We were just having a chuckle here as lunch wrapped up about how intense this conversation was last year. So the question of what to do about what was then the new science tests in the 2019 academic year occupied a lot of time for the task force. And we knew then, what we're coming back to now, was that although a decision was made at the prior year's task force about how to incorporate science, given this hold harmless orientation that guided that conversation, that the issue of banking was something that was going to have some downstream implications. So we are downstream, and here we go. So just to give you the full context, for high school science accountability scores, we're looking at biology, which is typically but not exclusively taken in the 10th grade. And again, there'll be others that have more context than I do. My understanding is that when it's not taken in the 10th grade, it's overwhelmingly taken in the 9th grade, but I don't think exclusively taken in the 9th grade. So does that make sense? So it's sort of a critical mass in the 9th grade, some 10th graders, and there may be some prior to 9th grade. So we're primarily looking at banking on one year, but not exclusively. And that's what we mean by banked. What we mean simply is that because it's the 10th graders it's that cohort for whom the performance is being factored into accountability, but we might be drawing from a banked score that they acquired when they were 9th graders or earlier. As I mentioned, new science tests were introduced in the 2018-2019 academic year. At the time, the department implemented a hold harmless policy, and the intent of that policy was simply that there should be at least a year where there's no adverse effect for the new assessments, so that folks could focus on getting more familiar with the assessment, opportunity to learn for the students, and that any kind of accountability consequences would be withheld until there was more time to gain familiarity. So here we are in the 2019-2020 year, and so certainly for students that are in 10th grade, this is the sort of second time. The test isn't brand new now, but some of those students who are 10th graders in 2019-20 took the test when they were 9th graders in 2018-19, and it's those banked scores that we want to talk about. The policy in 2018-19, just to close the loop on this, was that school would receive the science score that was based on either the new test or the banked old tests. Actually, banked in that case probably isn't the right word to use. Either the new test or, based on the new test and the banked old test as one category, and their previous years or legacy score as the other category, and those two were evaluated to see which was more favorable. Got a couple. Yeah, and this is just a visual to help make clear, in case you're getting lost, and it's easy to get lost in this conversation quickly. We whiteboarded some of this last year. It was quite the conversation. But the 2020, so I'm just imagining you have a school with 100 students. Let's imagine 100 10th graders. Let's imagine that 70 of those take it in the present year. 30 took it in the year prior, so we'd call those 30 the banked scores. The 70 is the current year performance, and even though it's not a brand new test in 2020 for the 70, it was a brand new test for those 30 back when that whole harmless policy was in effect, and presumably it would carry forward, which is why we're returning to it here today. And this slide's really just extending the same point. We're mostly interested in this category right here, which is what are we doing about those 30 banked tests, and how do we in fact continue to enforce or realize a hold harmless policy. We think there's at least two broad ways to move forward here, and I feel pretty confident that this team will think of ways that, that go in other directions. But again, our hope here is that we can provide a framework for the conversation, and then people can ask the questions and pursue the ideas that are of interest to you. There's one approach that may simply say the hold harmless was last year, and that should sunset, and this is a new year, and let's just move forward with scores in 2020 based on what I'm going to call the standard approach, which means for those 10th graders, we'll use their scores when they take it as 10th graders, and if they have any scores that are being banked, either as a 9th grader or otherwise, then we will draw upon those. The combination of that will be to hold all 10th graders accountable. And the philosophy that we might endorse, if you endorse this particular no adjustment option, is that the hold harmless was really for the 18-19 year. And now that we're in 2020, let's move forward without that adjustment. You might endorse another category of thought, which is this continue the hold harmless for high school, which might be inspired in particular by a fidelity to the idea that those banked scores really occurred during the hold harmless year, and there's some promise of continuing to hold harmless performance based on those scores. And if that's your orientation, then some version of what was done last year might be a promising way forward, which is to say that the state can calculate the scores based on the standard approach above, the previous option that I just described, and then compare them to the scores in 2019 and say which was more favorable, and the school would receive the higher of the two scores. It occurs to me when we start having this kind of conversation that the score that the school received in 2019 could have actually been their legacy score that they got because they had that comparison in 2019 and they chose their 2018 score. So you can imagine here, this one of the wrinkles is, if you continue the same kind of hold harmless policy, you might actually be reaching back 2 years for some school scores to see what the performance would be. Yeah, that's all the front matter we had for this. We recognize that there are probably some layers to this that folks may want to get into, but I'm going to take a breath here and see what comments, questions, or ideas the task force would like to bring to this discussion.
What would the district look like with option 2? District calculation.
District using standard approach or district using legacy performance, presumably.
So think about that, because 2/3 of the scores are 5th and 8th grade that are going to count for this year. And so the district would have the same option of carrying over last year's points or this year with the standard approach. Is that what we would be saying
So
with
at
that
the
one?
district level, your point's well taken. At the district level, the influence of the bank scores is a very different thing than at a high school level. And I guess you would find a legacy score more favorable at the district level, even with the diminished influence of the bank scores, I think, if the district wasn't on a positive trend. But they were pulling on legacy scores that were more favorable. And Alan, Deborah, is that what happened at the district level last year? Was it just the same policy applied that was done to the schools? Okay. But yeah, I mean, I can already see like one little corollary to this, which is do it for just the high school component of the district scores, but that gets into some complexity. I'm not sure folks want to pursue.
Well, then you're counting the scores that you weren't going to count. So.
Weren't the schools told that those test scores weren't going to count for the new year? Am I misunderstanding that?
Right, I hope I made that point clearly enough, that, yeah, in the 18-19 year, for any student who was taking a test for the first time then, the hold harmless policy was intended to communicate the idea that it would not have an adverse effect.
Yeah, so if they did better on the new assessment, which surprisingly, we had several schools that did, they were able to use the new scores. So it was a better of the two.
At the school level.
At the
not
school level.
individuals.
I think this is kind of mainly affecting those who took it as a freshman. Is that correct? Last year as well.
Yeah, and I think we ran those
In our
numbers.
high schools, we were able to use the new scores because they did better than the previous year on the old test. And so, if that was the case in all of the schools, then I heard that secondary did better than the 5 and 8 across the state, but then it might be just to leave it as it is.
I don't think it would be fair to, at the district level, count the scores that you're not counting for the high school. So I think it would have to be a one way or the other. If we're doing it for the high school, we've got to do it for the district. But then it leads, to the other equation because there's more in the district that's not in the high school. So there's a little bit to think about there.
But if you're going to be true to the whole, if you're going to be true to the hold harmless fact, I think you have to do option 2.
For the district too, though.
For District 2. Now, for 5th and 8th grade, you could go ahead and use the second year scores.
At the school level.
Even at the district level.
Well, to calculate as which one's better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, why would you hold harmless 5th and 8th grade a second year?
This is their new score.
Oh, yeah. Well, the option 2, is going to be like last year. So we're going to calculate it like it would be calculated, period, and then see which one's better, last year's points or that.
But when I'm thinking, why wouldn't you break it out and you do option 2 for biology, but 5th and 8th grade is live?
But how does that work on the district? You see, because they combine the schools.
I understand.
That's what I'm saying. So,
But
5th and 8th grade.
But it is what it is.
you what now?
I think the suggestion is to move it almost to a student level.
Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, 5th and 8th grade, it ought to be live this year. This is the second year of the test. So you're being true to hold harmless in 5th and 8th grade. But biology with the banking, if you use last year's 9th grade bank, 75% of my kids took it at 9th grade. Well, if you use those scores, that was the first time they took it.
So you're saying to make up the district number would be this year's 5th grade scores, this year's 8th grade scores, and this year's 10th and above scores.
And 10th and above, or do what you're going to do.
If you're going to do that, then I think, because those 10th and above, you know as well as I do, that's not the high students that wait till 10th.
No. What I'm saying is calculate your biology scores using the second option. Separate it out. 5th, 8th, biology. Calculate biology scores. Whatever those end up, use higher of the two. Again,
Last year's points.
last year's points,
Or
or
that.
if you score this year.
Okay, I'm with you.
Okay, but then use 5th and 8th live
For the school?
for the school and the district.
But well, you can't do it both ways. For the
Yeah, you
I'm not
can.
understanding.
Yeah, well,
Science is
I
science.
don't know. So you're talking about going back to last year's data, let's take a district as an example, and separating out, we would basically be calculating a new science score for last year's accountability system that would only include the biology exam. I think that's what they're
Why would you?
because if you want to have the better of, if you want to use 5th and 8th and the better of biology, you have to know which one was
Well, I think there's
better.
2 ways to think about this. There's doing this at the student level, which I think could get complicated. I was imagining we were going to stay at the school level. Let's see if I can talk my way through this. I was already looking. Maybe we need that whiteboard.
We need the whiteboard.
But I think if we're going to do it at the school level, so it's easy enough to think of at the high school, right? So at the high school, you simply say, what would it be using the standard approach? What would it be if we imported last year's approach? Let's compare the two. But at the district level, then, you've got the 3 components, 3, 5, high school. You simply say which.
5, 8, yeah.
Thank you. 5, 8, high school. Which component did we use for high school? Slide that in there, but keep 5 and 8 stable.
Right.
So which one are y'all saying we would bring in to the 5th and 8th grade scores for the current year into the district?
5th and 8th grade wouldn't get a choice. 5th and 8th grade would be this year's scores.
Yeah. So what would we add into that at the high school level for the district?
Biology would be separate, and you would do whole
But you don't get
harmless. They would get to
accountability
choose
points from a
between the
district.
two.
You didn't get accountability points at a district perspective for biology only. That's what I'm not understanding. What points are you going to compare it against from last year?
You've got it at a school level.
Yeah, but you don't. But that ain't how it's not run. It's run by at the district level.
Okay. Yeah, because see, and I'm backwards because I only have one
yeah.
high school, so my
Yeah.
high school and
It's a
my.
total different- yeah,
and
it's
my
two
district.
different
I see where you're
calculations.
going.
So what's wrong with the idea of just going with option two? It alleviates a lot of the confusion.
And doing it at the district level too.
I think it would be seen as not being, this may be the wrong, complicated to where people, it's very obvious what's happening. It eliminates that whole idea of whether or not held harmless like you said you were going to, or you did, because you know you're going to get that either way.
Whatever you do for this, you're going to have to do for U.S. history. Coming up.
Fortunately, U.S. history doesn't have 5 and 8 mixed
Right,
in.
right. It's just a one grade.
I think doing
But you do have
option
multiple,
two-
you do have multiple grades that are taking U.S. history. You even have some schools that are doing U.S. history.
Same test, though.
Yeah.
To me, there's two options. What Lance just said. The only other option that, and I'm not saying I'm for this, I'm just saying that I thought about before we came, would be from the, you could, because most people didn't use the 17, 18 banked kids, the 8th and 9th graders, you could bring them back with the 19, 20, 10th through 12th graders, and that make up the high school part of the district and the high school part for the high school. That would be maybe a third option to look at. I know that gets a little granular and confusing for some people, so I don't know if people want to go that far. You're taking them out because it'd be your this year's 10th through 12th graders. You'd be skipping your 18, 19, 8th and 9th graders.
And I just miscommunicated. That's what I was trying to say. That's what I was trying to say.
Could you say that
You
again?
can't not ever.
I think I got it, but I want to hear it again from you.
All right, so it would be your 17, 18 banked 8th and 9th graders. So the kids who took the test in 8th or 9th grade in 17, 18, and you'd put them with your 19, 20, 10th through 12th grade first-time testers to make up the high school part of the accountability model. Now, I'm not saying I'm for it. I'm saying it's the only other option I think would be worth where you keep the 18, 19 testers out. Yeah, I mean,
Not trying to communicate.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
You're saying doing a 2-year look back.
Right, because those students didn't get counted for many schools last year because most people went with the previous data set. So I think that would be one way where you could make it, quote, mirror what it was in the past. But I mean, the simplest way is what Lance is saying. You just do option 2 for every high school and every district that has graduation or has biology.
Certainly supports the hold harmless aspect of it. No school or district could drop from last year this way.
I think it'll be a positive step for this.
With respect to science.
Is there anything as district people, the only other thing to think about is, so these students aren't going to count to the district, but they are going to count for that school, those 5th and 8th graders. Is there anything to think about with that? Is that a problem in any way?
Because I think most 5th and 8th grade science teachers think that this is the second year of the test, and it is live.
And there's already some students that count at the district that don't count at a school in the district.
I don't have a problem with doing 2, as long as we do it for the district as well.
So, Deborah, how many schools used 17, 18 versus the 19 stuff last year? Because my concern is if we allow them, if last year you used your live data and this year your results go down, but they're better, they went down from last year, and 17, 18 is better now than your 19, 20. If you used it live last year, should you have the option of using 17, 18? Because that just means you're going down, but you're getting the benefit of going
I
up.
didn't think we were going there. I thought we were just going to say, whatever score you used last year for science, this year you get to use that or this year's score.
Yeah, that's how I interpret
She's
it.
saying,
Yes.
yeah. But I think she's trying to point out the little bullet point that it's made here that some schools would have their 17, 18 results counting for 3 years
yeah.
in a row, and their performance may have significantly declined.
Is that where you?
gonna catch them eventually, though.
Yeah.
You remember us saying last year when now next year's not, this thing ain't gonna be over yet, and then now we know why.
No, we were persuaded then. And on out, yeah. Well, remember last year we talked about banking in general.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think that's a conversation that we deliberately did not tee up for today because it's too big at the moment. I think we just need to get through this year before we have that. But that's part of what got us down a lot of sideways last year. Was that it?
Cell phone in here vibrating the desk in front of me. Mine's constantly going off, but I don't think, I'm gonna put it in my lap now.
Mine down here, yeah.
So yes, that was one of my points. I think maybe and I haven't conceptualized this yet, but let's say last year you used 2019 results, which means your 2019 results live first year were better than your 17-18 results by 10 points. So now in 2020, you drop 12 points from last year. So now your 17-18 results are better.
Oh, no, we're not gonna look at those. You used last year.
Whatever you used last year.
We're not going back to
Yeah,
17.
whatever you used last year.
Right?
So it's whatever you used last year.
Versus
You're locked in.
Or this year.
I see what you're saying.
You don't want anybody to get sort of an exit
double,
route
yeah.
from the difference being due to a decline.
Whatever you chose last year would be locked in. So if you used live data last year, you're
Yeah, it's live data or live data this year.
and you got the benefit of the better of the two last year, so it's on you to do better or worse.
I'm sure I know the answer to this one. Yeah, districts that use something different for districts than they did for schools.
I would think so, yeah.
What was the question again?
I was wondering if, for example, there might have been a district last year that used legacy data under the hold harmless policy, but didn't for one of their schools.
Most certainly, yes.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, like, is everything locked in? Like, it's locked in for that school, and it's locked in for that district?
Right.
And I think it's just that whatever unit, whatever decision was made, that gets locked in.
Well, because it wasn't at the student level, then it doesn't. I mean, I don't know that matters because like we had a high school that beat their previous one, and by like a point, but yet the district didn't. So the district used our legacy data, and so we have that option versus live under this philosophy. Does that make sense? But that high school has 1920 live versus 1819 live. Yeah. Isn't that the way y'all understand?
And I don't know how many schools you have. You have some in the state that give biology at 8th grade. So those kids, their bank scores will not hit until next year.
Anybody?
And that will be the first time they took it.
Yeah.
They took it last year as 8th graders.
Does anybody know about what percentage of students take it as eighth graders? Is that sort of exceptionally small, or is that quite large?
It's small.
Okay.
Very small.
About two. I just looked at the students in the course for last year, and that was about 200 students.
Are they concentrated in a school or a district?
It's mostly in 2 districts.
See, that's the problem. 'Cause it's not just a random distribution where it wouldn't impact, it's gonna impact those 2 schools and districts, and that's what you'll hear.
And theoretically, if you've got a student taking it as eighth grader, it's an academically accomplished student.
Maybe, or you just don't want them to count for 2 years.
That would have been an interesting choice, yeah. Okay, so here's what I'm hearing, and again, this was briefer than I thought, but I don't guess anybody will be mad if this meeting doesn't go as long as we scheduled. But it looks like option 2, and I'll just say it again for the clarity of the group, I'm just trying to get this activated, not turn it off, it's essentially going to be a continuation of the policy that was used last year. In the 2019-2020 academic year, this academic year, we're going to calculate science performance at the high school level and district-wide, and we're going to compare that to whatever their score of record was in the 18-19 year, which means it was the outcome of whatever they chose in the first of the hold harmless years. And they will get the higher of the two. And again, as Ryan points out, that'll be done separately at the school level and at the district level. And whatever decision was on record last year is the only option that can be compared to current year performance.
So this really only affects high schools and districts.
Yeah, the
Fifth and
thousand
eighth-
sca- the
fifth and
thousand
eighth
scale and
grade
district scale.
School level, it's live.
Yeah, 1,000 scale and district scale. 700 scale is live.
Live.
I don't know how that K-12 and all that works into that, but somebody
A K-12 school would be treated like a high school, so they get the higher of the two this year.
And then proportioned by enrollment.
Yeah, you could, no, I'm not going to say that.
So what if, and I'm thinking about this because I'm thinking about eighth graders next year and the rule that we're gonna have to make. What if a school didn't have any ninth grade bank scores?
I recall 10th grade testing in biology one's pretty low too, isn't it?
Didn't run it separately. I did 8th, 9th, and 10th through 12th.
Majority at 9th.
And I'm asking because then if there aren't any banked scores that would be added, because there's no first-time test takers that would be included in your calculation, does it make sense to give them the 17-18 score, which they used in 18-19 for 19-20? So basically, if they do have a different trend, you're not, no adjustment would have been made because you weren't including kids that had banked scores. So does everybody just get this benefit, even if they don't have any ninth grade bank scores to add to their calculation because their 17-18 scores were just better? And then I'm asking because next year when we talk about this for eighth grade banked scores, then a majority of schools in the state aren't going to have any eighth grade banked scores that they'd be including, but we'd be making a rule that said you could either use the score you used last year in 20 or the score you're using this year in 21. So do you get what I'm going for here? So then you could be using 17-18 in 2021 because of eighth grade banked scores, but you wouldn't have a single student in your school that you're using an eighth grade bank score for. This year, you might not have a single student in your high school that you're using a ninth grade bank score for, but you're still getting the benefit of using the old test.
We can do a check and see if there's a high school, or let's just say if there's a school that doesn't have
Any banked scores.
scores,
Right.
then they get this year's score.
Well, that's what I'm asking, because I think next year that's gonna have
a
a
check.
biggest impact.
I like that you always point out the exception.
Because we used to do this.
Yeah, if we're going to go down this road of like things that could go wrong,
Well, I'm only thinking about it because we're talking about the eighth grade bank scores, because I think that's the bigger exception that we can keep kicking the can down the road, but then we're gonna say, well, what did we do last year? And then it was, we have to, I think, set a precedent, and I don't think if you don't have any banked scores, you should be off the hook for second-year test takers just because you don't have any banked scores.
I do think the next year, obviously, it's all live. I mean, you go,
No.
how would it not be though?
Because eighth graders that took the
Okay.
biology
Okay,
test 2 years ago.
okay, I
So
see
that's
what
what the
you're
thing is there's gonna be very few of those, but if we do a blanket rule
But is
again.
is the number so, I guess you'd want to know what the number is, but is it potentially not so minute that?
It would be statewide, but it's two districts and schools. So those two districts of schools that would come back to Mr. Martin's point, saying you said you wouldn't include any first-time test takers in this calculation.
Concentrated in two districts. The other thing that you have to think about is repeaters. So you have students that took in 8th or 9th grade that have yet to reach 10th grade for it to be pulled in. So you're going to have some of those sprinkled.
Stop complicating things.
I think you just go about it.
There's always going to be
So many.
Yeah.
So, I think we probably sit here all day and come up.
So I'd like the suggestion to run a check, and if there are no banked scores, then this choice.
One more time.
I think the outcome of Christie's good recommendation was that we should run a check for districts and schools, and if there are no banked scores in science that are factoring into the calculation, then this choice between current year performance and legacy performance is off the table.
I guess we could add a note about next year to just look for the situation Christy's talking about, like the banked eighth graders that are carrying over and what to do. And like we carried over this one from last year. And and you make a good point, the banked repeaters that stayed in ninth grade.
I would think very few.
Very few. Most of them will
Best
be in the
history.
high school range. It'll be 10 through 12.
10 through
So it'll
12,
count
so-
where
so
where they
it'll
take it.
count where- so I just don't
It'll be very
I think
minute that
it'll
we
be
take it at ninth grade
rare.
to affect this. Whenever algebra's redone, you'll have the same scenario.
You'll have it more so, I think.
Yeah, because algebra
Oh,
goes
yeah,
down
yeah,
seventh,
'cause-
seventh grade, eighth
Well,
grade.
and
you know.
more people
Yeah.
like to, Dr. Sill's point, more students take algebra
But we, in our case, I think 3 of our 4 middle schools have 8th grade biology. So, with one having probably multiple sections and the others probably just with one section.
With your 8th grade biology, do they take the 8th grade math, science, and biology at the same time?
It's like having algebra.
Yes.
And I bet some of those students take algebra in the 7th grade, right?
Yes, many of those kids will be taking geometry in 8th grade with biology.
Is this I remember last year's science was not really a go for APA, all that stuff. It was a state board, I'm sorry, a Department of Education thing. Is this going to be the same thing? Okay.
Yeah, this is just a precedence that we've established
Okay.
on, how to incorporate. Because we did have a state board policy that mandated how it, but it was like really
Yeah.
too restrictive and didn't give us the flexibility.
Yeah, when I first came into this job, that was the policy.
So, in our first approach or implementation of something like, was with the EL component. And so then we just picked up with the precedents that we established with science, and then we'll do the same for US history this year.
So will y'all put out some sort of official word that this is what it is, or is this what it is after today, or how would that work?
I can't remember exactly how we did. It seems like we, in some communication last year, tried to
Okay.
communicate how it's.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that yet.
Yeah, when we decided last year it was held harmless, we got something from the department
I was
saying,
thinking, so I
here's
think we
what.
went to, we'll probably need to just,
We did send out an email.
so I think.
When
we
you
need to-
announced it at DTC training was the first time I remember hearing it.
Yeah.
I was like, oh,
And
okay,
so
that's
we
final.
have superintendent advisory next Wednesday. So we'll go ahead, we'll discuss it and share with superintendent's advisory next week on their agenda. And then start getting it out from there. But I don't think this will be any surprise. I think it'll be what most.
Yeah, this is the only way you can hold true to the mandate of the first time of a new test doesn't count. I mean, if you don't do something of this nature, you're violating that in some form or fashion. Because it's the first time they took the test. Now, if they did better, I like the idea of giving them the better of the two.
And that's an important incentive, right? That hopefully folks are really focused on improving science scores. Yep. Okay, I don't feel like we need further discussion on that issue. We're really at these are the only new topics we brought. The last thing on the agenda, and it looks like we're on pace to maybe adjourn a little early, is going around the room and hearing your advice for future topics and meetings. So what do you want to prioritize? I had this on there, but you don't have to write it down. Just share with us, up to your top 3 issues that you'd like to see visited at future meetings. Before we go off, we have, just to make sure everybody has on their calendar, we meet again March 24th, and we set that April 22nd a little earlier today. So those are the 2 meetings we have. We can have more meetings if we need, but those are the 2 we have on our calendar. Obviously, there are going to be some issues that we're going to revisit based on what we decided today. I think we still need to take another look at growth impact based on what we talked about today and on alternate impact. But my hope is that those 2 issues won't take a disproportionately large portion of the agenda. So I think we'll have some room probably to come back to work keys, which I already heard. But there may be some other things that are on your mind. So let's hear. Maybe we should start with this side this time. So let's just go around the room and share with us your ideas and priorities for our March meeting and beyond.
You guys are good enough at bringing up issues, so I'm not going to bring up any. Chris, thanks again for hosting. I appreciated today's discussion. I learned a lot from people I was sitting with, and appreciate being part of that group. I don't have anything right now.
Just work keys for technical education pieces.
This is totally out there. But just taking a look at what the new graduation options are and then aligning with accountability, we could look at that just so that we're not doing apples and oranges and chasing different scores.
Endorsements.
The endorsement area.
Adding
And what
endorsements.
what's required in there and then what's required on accountability, are we all aligned in that?
I just echo that, and work keys, I think that's gonna be a complex topic to tackle, so.
Yes, just like everyone else, the work keys discussion needs to be had, and then based on a recommendation that I've received, I'd like to respectfully request a summary of our meetings at the end of the meeting on what's going to be reported to the board or to as far as what has been discussed or agreed on in this meeting.
You wanted that to occur verbally before we adjourn, which I'm happy to do, or you want something in writing, which we've been doing the meeting notes. I don't know if that suffices.
Well, but yeah, we got the meeting notes. I received the meeting notes after the state board meetings. If verbally a summary of what's going to be reported out at the end of the meeting would be sufficient for me.
Yeah, I can do that today. Sure.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Just echo their previous thoughts on work keys, because that's something relevant to my own district. And I'm excited to see what we are possibly going to come up with as far as a 3C, because that's very relevant in my district as well.
I would just say work keys.
I too like to address the work keys issue, but I'd also like, and this may be a different venue that we need to discuss, but how the state testing and the accountability model are impacting graduation rates of the SPED students.
Just to echo the work keys conversation.
Well, I would say the work keys, like I mentioned before, the funding is coming. I just got a little thing, it's coming. I believe Mr. Rodolphich from Pascagoula Doche said it's $36 per student to take the work keys, so I believe they figured in that many juniors and that much funding. Just from what I understand, the bill is coming. But I would like to see, us have some standards on, are we going to test all juniors? Or how are we going to fit it into the accountability model? You know, my conversation with them was there's probably gonna be a little bit of pushback on, we said there's too much testing, you know, but, and I get it, but this is a priority for Lieutenant Governor Hoseman and I. You know, I said I would discuss it. When I discussed this meeting with several other districts in our meeting, they would really like to have some discussion about K-2 schools and how they're in the model and that type of thing, and how it's affecting them. And so that was one of the things we talked about. And I also would like to see some more about the growth component, because I like the 3A, B, C thing. I really do, but I would like to see how it affects before I vote on something.
Once again, this time I'd like to discuss the accountability rankings of the non-tested schools.
That's basically what they were saying too.
I do have something, 2 things.
I don't have anything in addition. I think I'll say this, I think the work keys thing is gonna be a minimum 2 meeting conversation, possibly into 3. That's just thinking about all the parameters you've got to cover with that. That's just generally in my head. So that's why I do think we're going to have several meetings that are about that one, unless we just put that as the only topic one day. But then there's going to be a lot of data. How does this compare to this? There's a lot to think about with it.
Nothing more to add, other than I'm looking forward to, perhaps seeing if about what the menu of items could be for the readiness component. Not only work keys, but other things. Of course, it's contingent upon funding, but just like you have a menu of different items for acceleration, to have a menu of different opportunities for students for the readiness component. I say the more the better, and that'll give districts more of an opportunity to improve on the readiness component score.
The last time, I think Dr. Vandeford, you said that there was going to be some revisiting of taking the 8th grade test and the algebra test. Those students double testing that year. Maybe I dreamed it.
Well, we had that option and then went back and revised our ESSA plan according. So right now, we'll have to continue to do that until we submit a revision to our ESSA plan and have another high school math assessment developed.
Okay. And then on the Literacy-Based Promotion Act, we have, now that they've upped it, we've got students who they're receiving the 2 years of intense interventions through our MTSS process, but they've not repeated the 2 years until they hit 3rd grade. So they're having to repeat 3rd grade 2 years before they will qualify for that good cause exemption, even though they've received the intensive interventions for probably sometimes more than 2 years, but they may have gone through the identification process for SPED services but didn't qualify, and they don't qualify for a 504. So they're just stuck there spinning in the 3rd grade until they get that 2nd year, and then we can move them all out. And they're probably that 3A kid, but then didn't get enough on their writing assessment to maybe boost them out. So I didn't know if that was a common theme that everyone.
I was thinking that for my building, because we do have several students that they've been identified as possibly needing SPED, but then the parent won't sign them in.
Right.
And they receive those interventions, and I have a child right now that will probably repeat 3rd grade because he does not have a good cause exemption. Right, I mean, we basically honed in on him, but his parent did not sign for him to receive it.
Or they're tested and don't qualify because they don't have the discrepancy.
Right.
So we have about 5 in our district. 5 or 6.
We have a lot of 71 IQs.
And some of these items may not necessarily, this may not be the appropriate venue to have those discussions, but we can certainly make sure that we get those concerns addressed. We'll share this with Dr. Oakley. We'll sort through the meeting notes and share with the academic team.
I appreciate the opportunity.
And I want to ask, there was one other technical note I had from the previous accountability run that came from one high school. There's a question about students that take Algebra 1 in the 8th grade. When they get to the 10th grade and they count in high school, and we're calculating growth of below 25 for math for the high school, that these students with a 7th grade prior score are in like overrepresented in the low 25 because they have a 7th grade prior score, and we're calculating out a low 25 based on that 7th grade prior score. These tend to be higher performing students. Anybody following me?
I am. So because your scales are different from grade to grade, and you're not looking at algebra as a graded test, so you're just looking at their prior score. And some kids have a prior score of 7th grade, and some kids have a prior score of 8th grade. So for identification of the low 25%, you're over identifying 7th grade simply because it's a lower number on the scale.
Right.
They're
So
high kids and they're the only one on the
You would
scale.
have to look at 7th and 8th grade for Algebra 1 for identification for the low 25%. So it would be the low 25% of prior 7th grade scores and low 25% of prior 8th grade scores.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering if this is something we need to add to the agenda to discuss.
The key issue being identification of the lowest 25% threshold based on the prior year performance.
But it's only for Algebra 1 because Algebra 1's the only test where you'd have prior year scores that could be from 6th, 7th, 8th grade.
Right.
Because the 8th grade is always 7th grade, 7th grade, should always be 6th grade. Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, don't make any plans for March. It sounds like our agenda's filling up here. And Richard, I'm glad you said what you said about, this conversation being a little broader than just work keys. And I want to check my understanding because I thought, it was launched as something that was more than just work keys. Work keys may be a prominent part of the discussion. And it sounds like there's some reason to feel optimistic about funding and other resources that might be necessary to support that. But I think I heard from our December meeting that it was really an embrace of career readiness broadly and how we can make sure that that's reflected in our
And I think we can go back to one of the slides that we used ending the year before.
Yeah.
When we knew that we were going to have the CCR conversations. This year, I remember a slide that had several different options on that. So I think we've kind of brainstormed some initial options. I know we can expand that and have new ideas with new members of the task force. But
Yeah, and I think in the past, we've,
I think we have a starting.
Right, we scoured.
Beyond just work keys.
yes, ma'am, yeah, we scoured some plans from other states and brought that to help seed discussion. We can do that, we can add some new ideas, so, I'm excited about that conversation. It's a big one, and Ryan's right, it's one that I think can have quite a footprint. Okay, for the superintendent's request that we just hit, we clarify what the key decisions and action items are. If you'll bear with me, I'm going to try to go through my scattered notes here and hit what I think are just the key points.
So, and before you do that, so we don't necessarily report to the board or the commission after each meeting. Now, we did following the U.S. history because the board charged us at the last meeting, not with making a decision about whether to eliminate or to keep the U.S. history test, but that if they were to eliminate it, where would we utilize those 50 points? And so.
But they could potentially ask questions, right, about any recommendations or any conversation from this group.
I mean, true, and of course we said, that we did. I mean, we shared with the board that, some of the members of the task force had a recommendation we had conversation about, but that we had to circle back around to say the decision before us was not to eliminate or not to continue that. We all had personal opinions about it, and many of us shared those, but that wasn't a decision point. And then, the same with the commission, that question was never put forth to the Commission on School Accreditation, whether to eliminate or discontinue. It was just permission to begin the APA process to get public comment.
There were a few people that had a different understanding. So.
Yeah, I think, I may be speaking for everybody, but I thought the premise, because at the end of the meeting, we unanimously went around the table. Did we agree to eliminate the test? I mean, we went around, no?
Oh, we didn't.
Okay.
No, and
That
y'all
was
made it very
strictly
clear that was not what our role
I mean, yeah,
was.
the decision to eliminate or to continue the administration of the assessment lie within the authority of the state board. And so we even had to make that clarification with the state board, because we had a state board member that said, well, if the accountability task force and the commission recommended eliminating the test, then why are we having this discussion? And we had to clarify that neither one of those committees or bodies were charged with making that decision on that, but. But I apologize.
There's more reason to have this.
I mean, and I don't disagree, but I just wanted to make sure that you understood that it's like not a standing item on the state board's agenda, I mean, until we have a recommendation in March around Math A growth, then we would move that conversation forward to the commission and then on to the state board.
I guess I had a misunderstanding too. I'm sorry, because at the end, we didn't go around, but I kind of thought that the consensus, I believe those were the words, so the consensus of the group is X as far as the recommendations. So it was a misunderstanding on my part. I'm just reiterating some of the other people in the room. So one request I might have is very clearly before we walk out of here on certain issues like that. Because it's kind of like, we were talking about option A or option B with the science. Trying to eliminate confusion there. I think it's important that when we walk out, everybody needs, for the most part, to kind of be on they need to be on the same page as far as understanding, but I'm not. I'm not trying to stir a pot or anything.
Well, and I certainly apologize for any.
That's not what I do.
Because I thought we, as well as Ms. Altman, was present, was very clear for that. And, but while, to your point, this body is designed to make recommendations and to move forward to the commission. And that doesn't necessarily mean that the commission will accept the recommendation. I mean, the commission has the authority to accept this recommendation from this body, to reject it, or to modify. And the commission only has the authority to move forward to the state board. And when it gets to that level, the state board has the authority to deny the recommendation of the commission, or to accept it, or to reject it. So ultimately, the decisions lie with.
I at no point thought we were making the decision. No, I can clearly understand that.
Okay, yeah, I was going to suggest, I think there might be possibly three things that are going on here. This will be a check for me. Number one, it sounds like there was some, not with this gentleman, but it sounds like there was some confusion about whether we were actually making a recommendation about U.S. history last time. And so it was clarifying, no, it was about the what if the board took action, what might be a consequence of the accountability system, the focus there. I think the second is, what's the best way to do diligence to make sure we have clarity about what our consensus decisions are here in this meeting. And sort of as a corollary to that, let's distinguish those that move forward in some official capacity, such as to the state board or other entity that might affect maybe an imminent change in a business rule or some such, versus those things that just capture the nature of our discussion, which are often, let's pursue more research, or let's take this up with this information. You follow what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I've tried, and I'll try to do better, to reflect back to you throughout the meetings where I feel like I'm hearing what the nature of the group's recommendations are. We'll make sure that's encapsulated in the meeting summaries, and you've seen that we spend a little time on those in the meetings, and we always welcome the feedback on those. We'll continue to do that, but we'll add to that, just to make sure, in abundance of caution, I'll add to that a quick little read-through that I'll do just now of what I think. And I don't actually think anything I'm about to say, well, maybe with the exception of the second, is going to go forward in an official way. I think most of this kind of falls in that second category, what I've talked about, which is I'm trying to characterize the nature of our conversations and the decisions that were made, largely in service to doing further inquiry. So with that, we took up 3 issues today. First, we revisited growth, which itself was picking up from our December conversation when at the time the task force wanted to know more about the nature of academic progress throughout the scale at a more granular level, and wanted to see the impact of what I'm calling in shorthand the 3C model. I think people know what I mean when I say that. So we brought both of those back today. What I heard from the group is that the 3C model seems promising. We talked about a lot of alternatives, but I didn't hear the group sort of drop a gavel on that saying, let's do it. What I heard the group say was, can we explore the impact of that model in greater detail? In particular, let's look at the impact on school performance at the school level, both in terms of points and grades, and see how that plays out for schools, both across the accountability scale and for each grade category. Importantly, I think the question that the task force really wants to get at in this is, not only do we want to know what this does to overall performance in the model and to grades, we want to see how that differentially impacts schools at different levels. That's what I heard, and we want to see that for the 3C model. And again, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to bless the 3C model when that happens. Maybe it does, I don't know. But at least it gives the task force some more information to evaluate whether that's a recommendation that we would want to move forward in some more efficient way or official way. Stop after each. So that was number one. Number two, we talked about the map A. This one I said was a little shorter conversation than I thought we were going to have. Remember the key issue we were trying to solve or tackle at this task force meeting was what's the approach for the threshold for the lowest 25% growth. So we'd already made a decision about how to calculate growth for map A, and that's already been implemented. But in particular, how do we determine when a map A examinee is included in that lowest 25% threshold was the issue that we tackled. And what I heard from the task force is that we want to use the same methodology that's used for the map in general, which is every school is going to have a lowest 25%. And we spent a little time playing that out for how that would work for what are almost exclusively schools that test small numbers of students. And the outcome of that was there should, if you test a map A student, you'll always have at least one lowest 25%. So if you test one student, that student will be regular growth and lowest 25%. If you test two students, the lower of the two. If you test three, the one student who's the lowest. If you test four, still the one student's the lowest, and then it's, and so on for five and above. But that's essentially the task force's acknowledgement of applying the general model to the map A, is what I heard there. This one I do understand is going to move forward to the oh, we said we wanted to look at some information. Thank you. And that's right. That's what, and
In March.
yeah, in March, we're going to come back as just an abundance of caution check. The group said, can we see what the impact is to school performance? And in the absence of something surprising being discovered at that meeting, then it's going to move forward to, tell me the name of the group again.
Commission on School Accreditation.
Commission on School Accreditation, and potentially move forward from there. The third issue that, okay, I'll stop. Everything consistent with people's understanding there? The third issue that we took up today was banking for high school science, and the second year. We're primarily trying to solve the problem of what about students who took the high school science test for the first time last year in the 18-19 year when they were ninth graders, so we'd be drawing on their banked scores this year in the 19-20 year. And the outcome of that discussion was essentially, let's do the same thing this year that we did last year, which is to say that all high schools would get to evaluate their science performance based on what I'll call the standard approach this year and compare to whatever their score of record was in science the previous year. They'll get the higher of those two. And we're going to do the same thing at the district level. So the districts will get a chance to see what's their performance based on the standard approach in the 19-20 year, compare that to what their score of record was in the 18-19 year. They get the higher of the two. Again, whatever the score of record in the 18-19 year is the only choice they have between that and the standard approach. And then the last decision that we made on this issue, with Christy's good advice leading us here, was that we do a check to make sure that no school or district would get that choice if they don't have any banked scores, because obviously then consequential. Those are the three main topics and outcomes that I got. Is there And I'll try my best to reflect that accurately in the meeting summary, the written meeting summary. Any feedback on that? All right, well, we're still well ahead of schedule, so thank you for your efficient and great work today. Super productive, and I look forward to seeing everybody in March, some of you before then.
Especially how pretty it's going for that weather.